Panda, big sushi, not the little one. I tried to bury the truth, but I blew 'em through concrete. Let's talk about it. Betrayal, jealousy, fake moms. Hey, I can't trust these hoes, they envy on sight. Tryna play innocent, the hands ain't right. Try to flip the script on soap in the light. Whole world fire stories didn't add up right. 8 months down, 8 people involved. Still I took the charge just to get it resolved. My mother gon' protect what she love that law. I spent 10 toes tall while your hands play raw. Y'all laughing, my mug on Facebook live. Fake tears online, but your envy loud. You bitches been jealous, I felt that crowd. Receipts on deck if I wanna get loud. But I ain't break, I rose above. Came home strong, still covered in love. Y'all tried to diminish what I made of. But truth hit hard when it fit like a glove. Can't trust these hoes. Fake look, fake talk, fake clothes. They switch for a check, everybody knows. Big sushi, not the little one close. Can't trust these hoes. Smile in your face, then cut your throat. Play with my name, that's a real bold joke. Pink go rising, watch me blow. Can't trust these hoes. Fake look, fake talk, fake clothes. They switch for a check, everybody knows. Big sushi, not the little one close. Can't trust these hoes. Smile in your face, then cut your throat. Play with my name, that's a real bold joke. Pink go rising, watch me blow. Y'all told lie like a hand wasn't in it. Played different mid-court trying to dodge that sentence. Whole story shaky, the details, the minutes, but I stood on truth. That's the part y'all mimic. Prosecutor erased my story to strengthen her case, but it won't be long till God stop her running the race. 8 months down with 8 people involved. I took the whole charge so y'all could be absolved. A mother who would do anything to protect what's hers. God saw everything, I watched what occurs. Trying to sue pity when you read it first. Crazy work after doing your worst. Drumming into mud, not a truth reverse. Internet watching while your lies rehearse. Exact raw call out boss. Ay, she wasn't worried about my kids, cash app, show the lies. Screenshots prove everything, bitch ties. You only told when we fell last, I'm fucking wise. If we never broke ties, just to be quiet on the side. You ain't speak from concern, you ain't speak from heart. You snitch cause you bitter cause your world fell apart. Play word for the net, but that act too sharp. Whole motive was revenge that exposed your dark. You ain't care about the babies, ain't care about truth. You was cloud hunting, jealous, trying to weaponize proof. Talking loud now, but time to show the proof. If we still was cool, you still keep the mouth on mute. Ay, how you were rapping, you was right in the mess. You snitched on the crew just to clean your stress. You was directly involved, but you flipped that script. Tried to paint me villain while you stayed there. Ain't trust these hoes. Fake look, fake talk, fake clothes. They switch for a check, everybody knows. No big sushi, not the little one close. Can't trust these hoes. Smile in your face, then cut your throat. Play with my name, that's a real bold joke. Pink go rising, watch me blow. Can't trust these hoes. Fake look, fake talk, fake clothes. They switch for a check, everybody knows. No big sushi, not the little one close. Can't trust these hoes. Smile in your face, then cut your throat. Play with my name, that's a real bold joke. Pink go rising, watch me blow. They want my kids, scared to toss around like I was. It's some homes, different beds, one went up without love. All I wanted was my babies in one place, one hug. Not lost in the system where I bled in they mud. I'm not a monster, I'm a mother who fought. Trying to show my kids from the trauma I caught. They don't know the abuse or the battles I fought, but I swore on my soul they never be so about the same system that promised to protect me. Broke me, left me, tried to dissect me. Now they judge my steps like they're perfect clean, but they ain't never lived the hell that I seen. Let's talk about that. About a child living out a trash bag. About nights I cried, wishing for one place to land. I didn't mad cause I try to give my babies what I need. Ain't internet judging, but I know what's real. Pain gets so cause scandal got a pill. Trying to sue out my name while you playing the victim. Girl, I should shoot you for the lies in the system. I walk through fire, past every trial. Then go rising. You can touch my style. Can't trust these hoes. They look, they talk, they clothes. They switch for a check, everybody knows. Big sushi, not the little one close. Can't trust these hoes. Smile in your face, then cut your throat. Play with my name, that's a real bold joke. Pink go rising, watch me blow.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? It's your favorite breakdown commentator. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Before we do so, please go ahead and thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck. Thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. If you enjoy everything that Kane does here, you can always donate to the platform at $Consciouztv on Cash App and or paypal.me/ConsciouzTV. And that is Conscious with the Z on the end, spelled just how it is here on the channel. All donation information and social media handles are in the description box below. Also, make sure that you have notification bell set to all so that you never miss a day or hour when the king is in fact king. And then last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them tired ass whores know that we're loud, live, and in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? It's your favorite breakdown commentator. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday. Please thumbs up the video as you guys are coming into the sanctuary. We're going to have a very transparent and open dialogue about a lot of the recent events that have taken place regarding Larry Reid Live, regarding myself, regarding Bishop Bernard Jordan, regarding. There's been a sequence of events that have played out, and I feel like it's necessary for me to speak me and speak my experience and to open up on a level that I have not opened up till this point. I spoke to Larry before coming up here because I'm not a weird ass nigga and I'm not a passive aggressive ass nigga, and I don't fear no nigga, and any nigga I can let know how I feel, what I think, what my experience is. And we had a pretty lengthy conversation about some of the things that I'm going to discuss here today, because for those of you who were a part of my last live where Larry Reid joined me and Shamako Bryant, his best friend, also joined the platform, a discussion came up around whether me and Larry needed therapy, joint therapy, as it relates to our friendship. We're going to do a bit of a deep dive into that question. Also, there was a lot of moving parts last night. A lot of things popped all the way off. And we're going to open up, starting with the last night, and then we're going to walk backwards into everything else. I will drop the links in because I have something to say to you all too, as the Conscious Crew. You guys will be allowed to hit the link and to speak. And I also have a good friend with me today. You guys know he's no stranger to the platform, and that will be Bubs, the motherfucking God. Hi, Bubs.
What's going on, Kang? What's going on, Conscious Crew? Hope y'all ready. That's all I gotta say.
I want to thank you for being here and for supporting me as someone who actually knows me and someone who I can say is an actual friend and is a living witness to who the fuck I am and who the fuck I'm not.
Right.
And as someone also who has had observations of your own, you've had conversations with me, you've had concerns, you've navigated my life the way that I've navigated yours. I felt it was fair also to allow the people that have been supportive of me emotionally, supportive of me spiritually, supportive of me mentally, to just be a part of this conversation, because we all know that when it comes to life, we're not ever in anything alone. And oftentimes the people that we are tethered to also take on what we take on. They go through in part what we go through. There's no way to affect me without it affecting my community, without it affecting my supporters, without it affecting the people that love me. And so I want to be fair and also giving y'all a voice and allowing y'all to speak to y'all's own, not only experience with me, but the things that y'all have observed and the things y'all think about what y'all have observed. And since everything is happening publicly, despite even me not wanting certain things to be spoken about publicly, they get spoken about anyway. So I might as well do the goddamn speaking. So here we are. We're going to do the goddamn speaking. Before we launch off into the topic, Bubs, is there anything that you just want to say as an opener?
Yes. The fact that you're doing this again, like you said, publicly and speaking your truth, I think it is definitely needed. Again, we've had conversations behind the scenes about certain things that were going on, and it was not fair. It was not right. And I am just proud of you and glad that you are continuing to choose yourself above all things. You have been tremendous help to so many people, including myself. Like, you have helped to transform my life. I knew you before everybody else knew you as the King. So I personally knew you. I've seen you go through your own transformations, not just privately, but publicly, from the whole thing with the situation with your divorce and how that was weaponized, just all these things that happen to you publicly, and every single time you are always vindicated because you walk in your truth. And this is just another time for you to walk in that truth. So I hope that throughout this live, y'all gonna get what y'all want to get, but I hope that throughout this live, what y'all learn how to do is to love yourself and put yourself first. Because if you don't, if you're not good for yourself, you won't be good for other people. And if you are a good person, you deserve to have people around you who are going to love, honor, affirm, and cherish you. And if they don't know how to fucking do that, they will try their best to learn. But we'll get into all that.
Yeah.
Down the line. So,
well, thank you for being here.
No problem.
So let's open up with the action first and foremost. So last night it went down in every DM because a felt blogger by the name of William McWitt, Bartholomew, Orenthal, McCray the third, resurrected and found some way to remove the tombstone over his ditch and actually climb up and out of it to get to a payphone and contact Larry Reid, which according to Larry, he has not spoken to, heard from William in 2 months, basically ever since he ended up on alleged payroll for Bishop Bernard Jordan, whose bidding he's been doing. And you guys also know William McCray threw Larry under the bus in an attempt to do what he has to do for a living to make sure that that 2.5-star extended stay will remain accessible to him. So he lied about hearing audios. He lied about the nature of an email that Larry sent to other struggling church sector bloggers. And, you know, it's just been a hot mess. Well, Wilhelmina decided to call Larry. And during that conversation, Larry had sent me a text and said, I'm on the phone with William and Justin. You guys know that Justin is the pastor that, for whatever reason, Bishop Bernard Jordan, with the arch in his back, decided to target as someone who is behind these infamous audios that Larry and I have been discussing. Audios that I have now heard entirely, that are ultimately of Bishop Bernard Jordan on the phone with his male lover while his wife is in the background participating in conversations about who's on top, who's on bottom. It's a whole hot mess. And he is adamantly trying to get away from his wife while he's having this conversation with his male lover on the phone. So we can extract from that Deborah does not know about this entanglement, this relationship, because if she did, it would be able to be respectfully had in her presence. Now,
Oh, we good? I think CTV froze, or is that me? Conscious crew, I think we frozen. If we're frozen, put it in the chat just to make sure. So YouTube been tripping. No, I'm good, Bubs. No, he froze. Okay, y'all. We gonna wait for CTV to come back. Y'all, no shade. The intro that y'all hear, the theme song, that is truth. That is real. That is really that nigga. And what we not finna do is sit up here and act like that nigga is not the case. That is not who he is. All this stuff has been playing out publicly. First of all, talking about Wilhelmina's ass girl, y'all gonna trust somebody who is a known extortionist? Somebody who bogarts and reviews sports games and shit when ain't nobody on the fucking court? Somebody that has to get all the mice and shit from Cinderella to help tighten up that corset that be screaming for help? Y'all really about to believe this individual? And if anything, it has proven that somebody who is not even in the church sector came into the church sector and did the church sector better than the people in the church sector. And y'all wonder why people feel the way they feel about organized religion. Again, I've had private conversations with CTV. I know this nigga for real. All the transformative stuff that y'all have seen, that's always been the case. Always been the case. But this is what happens when you play around with people who are good to you. This is what happens when you play around with people who do good for you. I hope y'all ready for the information, girl, because CTV is going to share his truth. I already know about the truth. I have the honor and the privilege to be able to listen to the truth. His truth has been a testament in my own life. We still waiting for CTV, y'all. He will come back and he will give y'all the story. We weren't planning for this to happen, but it happened, so we here. Okay, so make sure y'all hit that like button. And it hurts my heart to hear about the things that have happened. All the things that have played out. And the shit is irritating. It is completely irritating. Y'all have seen CTV have multiple conversations about the church sector, within the church sector, and what have the church sector people been doing? Have they been telling the stories with honor and integrity, with character, with zeal? Or are a lot of these people money hungry? Again, Wilhelmina, the undead, looking like Michael Jackson's corpse right now as we speak. Is the bringer of truth. If you are the bringer of truth, then what the fuck does the lie look like? But don't worry, y'all gonna have a chance to be able to come up and share your thoughts too, because we're gonna drop the link. I'm just here to support. I'm just here to love on. I'm here to care for. And hopefully for the people who have been in connection with CTV, that know what they've been doing, that are aware of what they've been doing, I hope that y'all learn. Y'all can say I'm dick sucking. Y'all can say I'm dick rat, whatever the case may be. I don't give a damn because I know the truth for myself. I ain't got to explain myself to nobody when you know the truth, when you know the reality of it. And Conscious crew, y'all know how the fuck CTV get down with the get down. So y'all tell me where the lies are at.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry, you good. Continue.
What happened?
I was just giving a little bit of tea. That's all.
Like what?
Letting them know about Wilhelmina ass. Why would y'all sit up here and
Oh.
support this motherfucker when this nigga is a known extortionist? This nigga be sitting here recording himself on empty fucking courts and fields and stuff as if though he has the prime scoop. This is the individual that end up sitting here talking about homosexuals, meanwhile going to the homosexual events. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be down there for MLK, is he not? Bogarting himself in there with his goddamn cum rag wig up in a bun, girl. Trying to talk to all the latest big muscly big dick ass niggas who gonna have to pay to fuck him. The same person who has these extended stays, girl, putting all these ads all over to walk inside this dark ass room with face down, ass up, girl, with all these damn warts and shit. Have we forgotten the picture that we saw years ago about William McCray, girl?
We cannot forget, thanks to King Jives.
Yeah.
We cannot forget, shout out to King Jives.
But you go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Well, thank you for holding it down. And speaking of Wilhelmina, since we're here, you know, I find, before I get into the conversation that happened last night, I find Wilhelmina's existence just to be entirely preposterous. I find it that a 101-year-old man who cosplays as a 100-year-old trans woman is still live streaming from a beeper, doesn't have a dog, a man, a luxury apartment, a home, a 401k, medical insurance, doesn't have a single thing to show for all of the hurt and harm that he's caused to individuals. I find it preposterous that someone who is allegedly the reason for the church sector to begin with and open up the pathway for other girls to come through has been completely replaced by every other girl who's come through. I don't know how it's possible to end up as a Wilhelmina. I don't know how it's rational to not have learned a thing or two or three about how to make it from point A to point B, because I've never seen anyone start at point A and then end up at ground zero.
Damn.
Wilhelmina is someone that I have zero respect for, zero liking, zero redeeming quality I find in him. And what's interesting to me is how there is a body of people who can place value on Wilhelmina, even if that's at the expense of the innocent people the same sector claims to want to protect those innocent people from, which is people who abuse power, people who abuse privilege, people who weaponize people's trauma, people who operate without ethics and zero journalistic integrity. I find Wilhelmina not only preposterous, I find those who support him completely and utterly equally preposterous. Because no one can claim to stand for absolute something and then make space for falling for a thing like that. There has to be a call into priority, agenda, intention, and character. And so because some of y'all find him slightly entertaining, maybe more entertaining to look at than to listen to, but nonetheless find some type of entertaining quality, y'all think that that is a justifiable reason to hold space for someone whose entertainment comes at the total expense of the most vulnerable. And as somebody who had to run down on Wilhelmina, I know just how vulnerable and innocent the people that have paved the way for his rent to get paid are. Because it was at the expense of their trauma that he was paying his bills. It was at the expense of their abuse that he was paying his bills. It was at the expense of their well-being, their reputation, even one man going insane and literally losing his mind and having a psychotic episode because of the level of terror, intimidation, and extortion that was being propagated and perpetuated against him. So, bitch, not only do I have no respect for him, bitch, I ain't got no respect for you. You, or you. And not only how dare he, how dare you. See, I've decided that for 2026, I'm really going to own being a truth teller. And I'm really going to own speaking truth to power. Because that's going to come with speaking truth to all motherfucking power. The power in the form of family, the power in the form of friends, the power in the form of subbies, subscribers, any motherfucking where the power resides, CTV foot gonna be residing as well. And that's the luxury that you have when you self-made, when you're God-made, when no man is responsible for you. Because I have nothing to lose by retaining the righteous retention in my soul. Because I'm not selling out for their nigga and their bitch on this motherfucker.
No shade.
And any wig, toupee, rat tail that need to be tucked on, retwisted, are absolutely fully detached from thy's follicles. It shall be.
And then use a nut to lay down the glue and the lace. Girl.
The
rising
unmitigated
like pie
gall.
crust.
The unmitigated gall. The unmitigated gall. The unmitigated gall. Because see, bitch, I was asleep partially for a while. But now I feel fully awake. I feel fully awake. I'm so clear about the clear that I'm single-handedly about to have more enemies than I do allies. And I want every last single one of you niggas to bring that motherfucking smoke, bitch. I'ma need that. I'ma need that up off you, bitch. Bitch, any nigga who gonna need that, bitch, run it. Bring me that. I need that. I want that. Matter of fact, bitch, right now, right here, I got to have that. Because, bitch, I ain't got nothing to gain but me in the process, which is what I've been gaining. Since I've been straightening you niggas out. Since I've been laying you niggas down. Since I've been on assignment. I've done nothing but gain me. There's nothing to lose. And me doubling down on the red bottom that shall rest upon thy neck eternally. See, bitch, in the words of Katy Perry, I'm wide awake. I can see clearly now that the projections and the fantasies and the assumptions are clear.
2020.
6, that is.
Yes. How Wow.
So, scaling it back a little bit. So, I was minding my business and y'all's too last night. And I got a text from Dr. Reid. And he said I'm on the phone with Justin, Pastor Justin D. Edwards, who is the man that the bishop with the arch in his back has assigned to being behind these audios getting into the hands of myself and Larry Reid. And he was on the phone with Wilhelmina, who he hadn't heard from in 2 months. He said, if you call, I'm going to three-way you in. I want you to be a living witness, which is something that Larry knows is essential, especially since he just got failed by one of his living witnesses, the Trash Report, who was supposed to be on assignment and come to a cheesecake factory to bear witness to the dynamics of the audios that Wilhelmina was begging to hear and had only heard of at that point. And then on Judgment Day, the Trash Report decided to defend Wilhelmina rather than defending the truth and actually doing what he was put in place to do, which is simply tell the truth. You know, the truth in the commentary that you provide about every other public figure that you yabba dabba do on that non-existent, going nowhere ass platform. You know, the same defense and same sugar diabetic mouth that you use to conjure up commentary, thoughts, and opinions about all the other public figures that you make a docket out of and create a show out of any other given day. But when it was time to testify before the court of public opinion about the truth of what took place when asked directly and intimately, did y'all's friend Wilhelmina Bartholomew III McCray hear the entire audios as he had alleged, a bitch got the pussy popping and back the fuck pedaling. Instead of simply saying in defense of his leader, in defense of his daddy, in defense of his brother, sister, or whatever the hell Larry Reid is today to the Trash Report, instead of simply saying, no, that is not true, I was specifically called to bear witness to the dynamics. Wilhelmina didn't even barely get through the intro of the audio because the conversation took another turn and we never got to listen to the audios. So in the aftermath of all of that, all Wilhelmina has is a redacted, edited 30-second audio where you can't even identify the speaker in the audio that was sent to him and sent to him intentionally redacted and edited by Dr. Reid. No, he did not hear any audio. Therefore, any of his commentary is a fallacy and mute. All the bitch had to say as it relates to the truth. Now, bitch, if you can't tell the truth about an audio, I know you can't tell the truth about Jesus. You can't tell the truth about the scriptures, bitch. You can't tell the truth about no other motherfucking universal, cosmic, or anecdotal individual motherfucking truth that exists in the motherfucking world. You can even tell the motherfucking truth, bitch, about what happened at the Cheesecake Factory, bitch, after this man done blessed your ass and your sugar diabetes, bitch, with a pound of cheesecake, and you couldn't even say in his honor and defense, bitch. My God, today. So because Larry had them been failed by a failed substitute, you know, because at this point, you know, I had been absent. You know, the king, you know, had temporarily retired the crown. Okay. You know, I gave bitches who wanted my spot the opportunity to get that spot, and they still couldn't shit. So I had to get them off the pot. I had them intentionally temporarily suspended and retired the whole entire crown and gave the girls and the guys who needed that from me, who needed my spot, I kindly accommodated. I kindly accommodated. And big wheels couldn't keep on turning.
Problem area got shut down.
So not only do I live in such an abundance, Not only am I'm such a generous king. The king is so full of himself, girl, that I gave the girls a clear path to victory by getting out of the way intentionally. So nobody could say that they couldn't get from point A to point Z because of CTV obstructing the view and obstructing the pathway.
Mm-hmm.
So I intentionally removed the obstruction. And a bitch still fell on all four flats of that ass.
And it's a
Because,
lot of butt ass.
there's a cheek under the cheek.
Mm.
There's an ass on the ass.
A double cheek.
There's an ass for the ass.
Lord,
There's an ass supporting the ass.
damn.
And I got out of the whole way so that all the asses could make it from point A to point Z. And they could not hold it. The bitches folded it instead. Baby, when I tell you that you can't save these hoes, you cannot save these hoes. They couldn't even get a fan if it was on the motherfucking ceiling. So since Larry couldn't rely on any of his substitutes because the king had been in retirement after being failed, after experiencing direct incompetency, after experiencing a bitch for whatever reason support the ops on the other side and to conveniently castrate the truth, even though he's supposed to be team truth, team receipts, and ultimately team brother. Team my brother, Larry.
My brother.
I love him. You know, the brother you love. After leaving him for dead, once again, baby, they looked up vision before they knew it. It was not a bird. It was not a plane. It was that motherfucking bitch CTV in a badass goddamn wig again, bitch, coming to save the motherfucking day.
Hello.
Like only the CTV could. So, of course, I had to swoop down. And this time, when Larry decided who needed to be a living witness, because the witness of all witnesses was now back on the playing field, on the chessboard, he called the only bitch that made sense to call, and that's going to always make the only sense to call. The CTV. So last night, after he texted me, I called him because he said, if you call in, I'm going to three-way you in. And then he went to his members only because he had a members only scheduled. And I'm not going to show his whole members only post because that's what the fuck your $5 is for. Okay. He made a statement and said, we are still on the call because he was supposed to come live to address some other fuckery that was taking place on the internet with some other hoes. And he said, we're still on the call. I don't go for people lying and always like witnesses. I nicely got Consciouztv and Shamako listening to me, and Justin and Wilhelmina. I don't trust anyone. Now, I do have to give Dr. Reid credit because Dr. Reid is a bit of a dummy. And Dr. Reid has a habit of going and, you know, rescarring, reslicing. He kind of reminds me of an emotional cutter, a self-mutilator. And I do think that is out of trauma because when you've been incubated in dysfunctional systems with dysfunctional people and that was a part of your childhood, you do learn to accommodate, to become accustomed, and to become familiar with dysfunctional people. So it's easy to return back to that which you are the most familiar because you know how to navigate that in familiarity. Okay? So I have to shout out to him because he could have called one of his incompetent substitutes. He could have made the same mistake again and again and again and again and again and again and again. But because his best bitch was back on deck, there was no need to consider anything less and anything other than what made total logical, rational sense. So he employed the only two motherfuckers that he does trust. And that is the CTV and the Shamako Bryant. Okay? Now, when I got called in, I listened to a Discord between Justin and Wilhelmina. And when I tell you, bitch, Justin D. Edwards, y'all thought that he told Satan James up, girl. Satan James already didn't have a neck. But when Justin got rid of him, girl, that head was sitting on his titties and on his areolas, girl. There had been a dissension in the ratio between Satan James' head and the tip top of his areola, girl. Justin was tearing into whatever is left of the blown out hole that Wilhelmina calls a bus box. Girl, it was a crater the size of the asteroid that eliminated the dinosaurs.
Damn.
Girl, ripping into his motherfucking ass, turned Wilhelmina, baby, every which way but goddamn loose. Tore his ass up. Larry Reid damn near had to astro project into Justin's living room to put a goddamn muffle on his mouth. Now, because I was there to be a living witness, I was able to hold my peace. I wasn't really invested in the fact that it was Wilhelmina. So I'm listening. And the context of the exchange and why Justin was so heated and kept bashing. Hi, I'm on live.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you sounded like an infomercial.
I am an infomercial. I'm live. How long have you known me? No, that's a real question. How long have you known me? How long have we known each other?
About, Lord, it's been about at least 15 years, I think.
Are we friends?
Yes, we are.
You could join us if you want to tell these hoes who the fuck I am. Because it's clear that there's a disconnect between what some people think of me as and who the fuck I actually am. I'm sitting here with Bubs the God, who's joined me to be a supporting castmate.
What's up? Okay.
Dissertation. Okay. I'm going to send you hit DM me on Instagram and I'm going to text you the StreamYard link.
Okay.
And then you can hit it from there.
All right.
Okay, yeah, because see, baby, I'm gonna rally in my community for this one, baby. The bitches who know. Girl, the Peter, Mark, Matthew, Mary, Luke, Duke, and them. It's y'all time to shine, bitch. It's y'all time to motherfucking shine, bitch, and tell these hoes who the motherfucking Christ is.
Hello, no shade. No shade.
Because, bitch, it ain't nobody in all actuality who got a real life lopsided narrative of me, bitch.
And just look again.
Any bitch got a lopsided narrative is a bitch who talking out of the figment of the imagination and only want to defend their motherfucking egos.
Look at what it says.
There is no lopsided experience of CTV.
No shade.
Let's be abundantly clear, bitch.
No
That's
shade.
why I can call down the roster, bitch. We here doing this, and just the energy of this is attracting all of my tribe members, girl. Hold on. Let me text this bitch the StreamYard link.
Well, while you doing it, I'm going to say this real quick. As you can see on the screen, as CTV already read, if CTV's character was on the same level as some of the other girls in the church sector, then Larry would not be calling CTV.
Only when CTV
to
is available.
listen.
Only when CTV is unavailable.
Yep.
Does it leave space for other bitches to exist?
Right. But when the time comes for the real truth to come through, not for these hoes to slip and fall and not learn and just continue to fuck up. Any bitch whose skin is trying to get away from her girl, your skin don't even trust you. Your skin. Y'all know who I'm talking about? Your skin, the bone skins and harmony ass. The Walking Dead skin. Your skin don't even trust you. Your skin is trying to peel off of your face because it does not want to deal with the accountability of shit. The only thing this bitch got something on that's somewhat good is their teeth. And they used to be a big back bitch and still got the big back spirit. So of course you're going to take care of your teeth, girl. You need that to eat. I think some hoes need to stop coming out of their thriller grave and just stay in the grave and then throw a bunch of cloves of garlic on top of them. Oh, vampire ass motherfuckers, girl. This is a crazy shit. And for the people out there who are feeling like what CTV is saying or whatever the case may be is wrong or that, this is your time to prove it. What's understood needs no explanation, right?
Look, let me tell you how much of a thorough ass nigga I am. I call my niggas and literally be like, how can I do better? How can I show up? Is there any emptiness? Is there any void? Is there any lack? Are you satisfied with the relationship? Are you satisfied with the connection? Bitch, let me tell you something. I intentionally seek approval.
Yeah.
And when it's time for niggas to tell me bad news, all niggas got is good news to tell me about me. But it's not until confrontation day that we have to have these all of a sudden imaginary made up issues with CTV all of a sudden. And even then, there's no clarification. There is nobody in reality and actuality that has in real life substantive, actual, lopsided experience of CTV. None, bitch. It doesn't exist. All there are liars. There's nobody within real substantive, lopsided narrative about the C and the T. And welcome my other disciple, Darren. Hi, D-Rock.
Hey, what's going on?
We're just here testifying to the truth, nothing but the truth. For God, help these hoes, please.
All right. I'm doing fine.
I'm glad to
yourself?
have you here. You must, as always, you can hear it through the vortex. So you can get in where you fit in at in this conversation. I'm kind of just discussing with everybody the call that I was asked to be a part of between a pastor who Bishop Arch Jordan is attacking right now, Larry Reid Live, and Wilhelmina McWig III, who ended up on that call as well. We're going to transition later on, and you'll probably then be able to, speak more anecdotally.
Okay.
So we're on this call. Justin is wearing Wilhelmina the fuck out. Wilhelmina is trying to accuse Justin of everything under the sun, and he's coming in packed up with all these narratives, has no truth to speak of, no receipts to speak of, just has observations, and he's literally calling Justin a church escort whore. Now, what I found to be fascinating about Wilhelmina having a wild hair up his raggedy, botched, blown out ass regarding Pastor Justin being an alleged pass around in the church community and allegedly making coin, because Wilhelmina's exact words was, Larry, Justin just be using his 10-inch dick, and he just be blowing these men's backs out, and some of them even wearing diapers. I know that he ain't nothing but a big dick, 10-inch dick slanging ass church escort whore out here praying on the middle God. Scene. So I'm thinking to myself, so let's say that was hypothetically true. You have an issue with Justin doing for his bottom dollar what the fuck you've made a living of doing for your bottom dollar. The only thing and the only difference would be that Justin would be using his dick while you use your hand to beg thy of more porridge in. Bitch, that would be the only difference, is the body parts y'all communicate the begathons from. Is that he's making his coin off of his homegrown 10-inch piece of steel that Christ blessed him with. And you're having to make that coin, girl, going through your little black book and seeing who got a good clear check on the 1st and the 15th, Miss Wilhelmina. It was giving jealousy to me. It was giving jealousy to me. It was giving, I'm mad that this man has the privilege of just being attractive enough to be picked while I'm forced, due to the recessive genetics that my father and the female horse he mated with,
Wilbur,
provided to me biologically. That was the only difference. It was given straight up envy, straight up heat, and every time Justin went and asked for the receipts, what truth do you speak of? What receipts do you speak of? Where do you have? Where are you getting this from? Because you wanted me to prove you wrong about your he say, she say. Make it make sense. Wilhelmina couldn't do that. Wilhelmina kept doubling down to how Bernard is a man of God, despite how his ex-president, or whatever the fuck Larry Reid is to Wilhelmina the third today, friend was also sharing with him is, Wilhelmina, how are you going to say that when you see what the man has been doing to me? You know what's in the audios, even though you haven't heard them for yourself. You've had also your own anecdotal experience. Ain't you was estranged from Zoe Ministries and saying that this man was every bit of everything but a man of God? Ain't you the same bitch who was out here talking about this man had his personal assistant, Jay Hamilton, molest, sexually violate his own 13-year-old son while he was taking a shower? Aren't you the same one that got out here, girl, and said that Bishop Bernard Jordan was in his Caitlyn Jenner bag and prancing around in Deborah's motherfucking gowns and dresses at the bottom layer of the mansion, girl, in the midnight motherfucking hour, getting his tranceness on? Getting, girl, identifying as every bit of Cinderella at the bottom layer of the house and the home? Weren't you the same one who said that Manasseh was violated by both of his sisters? So how you go from all of that to now all of a sudden he's a man of God, despite him attacking Justin without no proof, and him attacking me, Larry Reid, you know, the same one that helped you with your Patreon, the same one that also gave you a second leg, the same one that had and tried to help you to go from a beeper to an iPhone 12. You don't believe me either. Well, it's given brought and sold. It's given that you're working right now. It's giving that you're on the clock right now. Because you're willing to take this man's hearsay just at face value and not consider what anyone has to say. So at the very least, what you could do is just play neutral rather than choosing a side. Oh no, that wasn't well enough and good enough for Wilhelmina, baby. Wilhelmina was there to work for all $299.99 of his rent money for the month of January, baby. He had a job to do, bitch. He was not here to prioritize the truth, to prioritize the fix. He was not here, real, to get into any of those things. Girl, he was here for the bottom dollar. Not that Wilhelmina Bartholomew III at all ever prioritized truth to begin with, right? Because this is the same person who took Kimberly Pollard's truth about a pastor that had sexually groomed her since she was underage and then attempted to groom her underage daughter and took those receipts under the guise of telling Kimberly that I'm going to put this man on blast. We're going to expose him. We're going to call for accountability. And Kimberly Pollard is waiting months and months and months and months to hear back from Wilhelmina, like, what the fuck is going on? What's going on? What is taking you so long to do whatever you do? Come to find out. And I have all the recordings and receipts in my Patreon for those who need that, want that, gotta have that for $4.99, I believe. All links are in the description box below. Oh, yes, they are. Come to find out, Wilhelmina took her receipts about a known religious predator that violated her, tried to violate her daughter, and was secretly having backdoor conversations with him saying, if you give me $10,000, I will make these receipts go away. Wow. He used her tea and her truth in order to line his own pockets a black woman who had been victimized and whose child this man attempted to victimize, and Wilhelmina was willing to protect a known pedophile for the sake of the green dollar. When I tell you there will never be no motherfucking respect on these niggas' names.
Hell no.
Bitch, it'll be over my dead body.
And that nigga already dead. Damn.
And when she confronted him with the receipts and the facts, he threatened to expose her and to write up slanderous posts on what's now not his obnoxious TV website in an attempt to be retaliatory. And this is not only what he did to Kimberly Pollard, this is what he did to Christian Macmillan, this is what he did to Bishop Matthews, who hired me to run down on that frail body ass bitch and give him that work in that Publix.
You've been served.
Happy Halloween, ho. Your treat is you've been served by the state of California. See you in court, little bitty bitch.
Trick.
Ha ha. Bitch, you thought you was coming there to take down a post of my friend you had written an article up on a year prior, and that he was coming to give you $5K, bitch, and it was your service papers. Smile, bitch, you're on candid camera. When y'all say, bitch, how y'all got that picture of Wilhelmina being served in public? Because it was me snapping the picture in public. And that dizzy ass bitch had to walk out of that goddamn Publix, bitch, with her titties and her head hanging low. Because the fuck you thought this was, bitch? Ain't shit sweet up over here, bitch. Big dogs play with CTV. And put CTV on assignment with you girls. So we're having that conversation, right? And, you know, they're going back and forth. And then Larry makes this post. And I'm like, oh, girl, he just let it be known that he done boxed in and phoned in Shamaka and Consciouz, girl. So then after Larry makes this post, he says to Justin and says to Wilhelmina, I just made a post on my social medias because I'm a real ass nigga. I ain't gotta lie. And I called in Shamaka, who's on the phone listening, and Consciouztv, who's been on the phone listening this whole time. Because I know that hoes can't be trusted. Now, mind you, once Larry had acknowledged that I was on the phone, I didn't have no intention of interrupting the scheduled programming because I wasn't there to be an interrupter and a disruptor. I was there to be an intel and truth teller and collector. However, since Wilhelmina then wanted to follow that up with, so you got that boy. You got that boy on the ladder. You know I don't like that witch. And then I said, oh. Well, since Larry has already formally introduced me to the 5-way, to the 4-way, to the orgy, and since I'm being directly addressed, I guess this is when I literally enter the group chat, bitch, and the rest was literally history. I made an ashtray out of that girl. An ashtray. Okay? That bitch couldn't get up. She couldn't find her breath. She couldn't catch her inhaler. She couldn't blink, bitch. There was no time for her body to co-angle or coordination. Because CTV was, in fact, activated entirely. Because once again, I wasn't even going to say shit. But since I got addressed directly, and since Larry Reid then let it be known in the cat's out of the bag Let me hop out this car with you, darling. So then that took place. Justin continued to drag. And then Wilhelmina began to beg for a truce. Now the bitch gotta be either deaf, dumb, or all of every bit of motherfucking stupid. Because we had already called the truce with Zoe Ministries, with the head of Zoe Ministries, Mr. Bernard Jordan, the bishop with the arch in his back. We had just did a live stream saying, look, nobody really want to do you in. Larry clearly sitting on a fully loaded extendo clip. If this was about being malicious, if this was about hunting you down, if this was about a takedown, if this was a shakedown, if there and all of that was there, bitch, the trigger could have been cool. It could have been pulled, but you've seen Larry Reid consistently state, I don't want to have to do this with this man. After interviewing several of his ex-Zoe Ministries, only 2 you guys have heard interviews from, I learned that Bishop allegedly attracted a lot of loving individuals. And despite the fact that they had their intellectual property allegedly stolen from, they had word curses spoken over them, they were abused as it relates to workplace dynamics, as it relates to a lack of paying people their proper wages, playing with people's economy and livelihood. All of these people, despite these harrowing experiences, wanted nothing more than closure and accountability. They didn't want him in hell. They didn't want him in jail. They didn't want him in court. They didn't want to see him dead. They didn't want to see God be mad at him. All they wanted to do was have the initial bishop they believed in to demonstrate a level of humanity that he claimed to have had from the very motherfucking beginning, now that he knew he was emphatically fucking wrong. And these people just needed him to acknowledge that so they didn't have to go to bed believing that they were making shit up in their fucking heads and they're the crazy one.
Wow.
That's all they wanted. And all that has happened. And all the years of emotional abuse, economic abuse, all allegedly. All these people wanted was closure and accountability. So you know what I said? I had a conversation with Dr. Reid, who's in the chat. And he says, Wilhelmina didn't have to be disrespectful, but when he did, Conscious went nuclear, and you had to hear it. And somebody definitely recorded it. Because we heard somebody's recorder say recording has stopped. Now, after this consistent sentiment from Reid to the ex-Zoe Ministry members, I said, you know what? Let me put on my diplomatic hat. Since Bernard wants out of all of this, he don't want no drama. We know that he's paranoid. He has become emotionally and socially distant. That's probably why Wilhelmina was on the phone with Larry, because he probably can't even get access to Bishop like that. Bishop done packed his ass up like an Amazon Prime box and sent his ass back on home to the slums and sewers of Atlanta, girl, because he don't know who's who and what's what. And I got a theory about that too that I'm going to get into in a minute. So Bishop is not answering the phone call for George Bloomer, his good friend of over 10 years. George Bloomer has called back to back. He won't pick up. He won't answer. He don't know how to answer for what he's confessing on these audios. He don't know who's recording and not recording. He doesn't know his left from his right. He doesn't know. In his mind, he's been betrayed. Even though he's the one that has lived in a way that has set up his own betrayal. Because that's what happened when you decide to coven a wife when you prefer a dick in your ass instead. You set up your own betrayal. When you live inauthentically and live unconsciously, and you don't emote, exist, and center yourself in your God-given truth, you set up your own betrayal and sabotage. So the betrayal in which he perceives and speaks of is one of his own making as a result of being a coward-ass nigga. So he's in the background, scurrying around, socially distancing as if this is Carisha 19 all over again, masked up and all. And I said, you know what? Between Larry's sentiments, between Wilhelmina McCray, not Wilhelmina, I'm looking at a comment, between Larry's sentiment, between the Exoe ministry members who are still having this resolve in love, attitude, and energy, and between his paranoia, I said, you know what, let me be diplomatic. So I decided to go live and say, look, yes, these people have a right to tell their experience and their testimony. It's their First Amendment right. They can talk their experience. That experience can be unbecoming. That experience can be unflattering. It's their experience. And any objective reality that has manifested in their dealings with the Bishop with the Arch in his bite. But if him and his big booty having a fetish and love for fisting men, son, Prophet Manasseh, are willing to stop the buffoonery and stop the social attacks that are happening behind the scenes and the petty gaslighting ridiculous in front of the scenes, I'm willing to direct all these people coming to me to him privately. I'm willing to be a mediator. I'm willing to facilitate mediation. I'm willing to hold the space. I'm willing to bring him into contact with his ex-members to provide further closure. And there doesn't have to be any further hemorrhaging or bleed out. If he will make his inner shit right and let well enough be well enough, I have no problem matching the same energy, because this is 2026 and I am in the business of matching all energy, whatever that energy is. So I came up here and did a whole live. Dr. Reid joined me. Shamako Bryant joined me. Everybody was on the same page. So when Wilhelmina then concludes his ass whipping on this 4-way call into, you know, let's all put it down, it was all put down. The waving of the white flag had happened. Nobody wants no money. Nobody wants no coin. Nobody wants no public nothing. People just want to be left alone. Because the ditch that Bernard tried to dig for Reid and his family and his friends are and was a ditch that ultimately became custom made for him instead. And because nobody has any malicious intent, there's no problem in being more diplomatic about all of this. Ultimately, the conversation with Bartholomew went absolutely no motherfucking where. And before we hung up, I asked this AIDS patient to provide the MyChart results that he had promised to send to Dr. Reid, whom I'm pretty sure he never did. Because speaking of test results, this is, once again, the person who sat in front of Dr. Reid and stated that I have HIV like Vincent Terrell Hill does. Now, maybe him and B. Terrell Hill have had a one-off, and he would know what blood types exist within B. Terrell's post-Ozempic body.
Lord.
But he damn sure would not know anything about minds. So, of course, 3 days after McCray made this claim in front of Dr. Reid, and the shit went semi-viral, and hoes was stitching live streams and videos together, and Trasha K was out here putting up her panel of incompetent creators. to continue to push this narrative that came out of this deep throat ass whore's mouth,
Lord.
I conveniently had a doctor's appointment set up. So I said, yeah, go ahead and run me that for a panel, baby. I'm gonna need that. I got a hoe who need that on the internet. Let's do to get you a panel of blood work done challenge. Let's open up our My Chart challenge. Let's do all that because see, some of us don't have a problem with a needle being pricked of our skin. And guess what you would have it be? That CTV not only has no motherfucking HIV, bitch, he ain't got no chlamydia, he ain't got no gonorrhea, and he ain't even got whatever the fuck this STD is here in the bottom, bitch.
Trichomonas.
He ain't got no motherfucking trichomoniasis,
Trigonometry.
bitch cleared. Last night, he said he was going to provide My Chart data to Dr. Reid since I invited him to a My Chart challenge. Dr. Reid is here. Could you and can you confirm, rather as of 6:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, have you in fact received that My Chart data that Wilhelmina had promised to email you over? We're going to wait for a response and an affirmation and confirmation from Larry Reid about if he has in fact received the blood panel results, and of course, Maury says he has not. So then I'm going to make the assumption, bitch, that both Wilhelmina and his wigs are testing positive. The wig has been through just as much as Wilhelmina that they could blood test it and get an accurate reading.
And all the motherfucking nut that wig is caught, I'm pretty sure they can find out who gave it.
That's why they can blood test it. But because it has the residual secretions of 1995 download trade still embedded within the intricate makings of the welting, the sewing and stitching of that unit.
Good wig, don't fail me now.
I'm not blurring out shit.
Trade out.
I'm not blurring out shit on my shit. This is my shit. Blur it out for what? This is my shit. It's called My Chart. This is my shit. What am I going to blur it out for? I want it loud, live, and in motherfucking color. So that a bitch can make zero mistake about it. Now, after that conversation had wrapped, Larry Reid jumped into a members only to address some other that was going on in some other people's members only. During that call, Wilhelmina called Larry, and Larry put Wilhelmina on speakerphone. And Wilhelmina said, I don't even know, Larry, why CTV don't like me. I don't even know why he don't like me. Now, mind you, this is how I know that the bitch brain must be fucked out, because it was just last year, bitch, that you launched a untrue claim against me out of your lying, satanic, Luciferian, obedient ass mouth. What do you mean you don't know why I don't like you? Because I understand that you don't like me as a result of me not liking you, but the reason that I don't like you is because of the truth I know about you. And when I go to talk about you, whether that truth is supportive of your character or destructive of your character, I tell the truth nonetheless. And if you have a problem with that truth, then the emotionally intelligent thing to do would not be to deflect and make it about the truth that I say you are and have proved about you, which has been further proved in the court of law and civil court, to be exact, about you. The emotionally intelligent thing to do would be for you to direct your attention to your truth and change that truth if you don't like the continual social results
right.
of that truth. And see, I know that you don't have nobody in your life telling you the fucking truth. And that's why a bitch like me have to exist. To really hold you hoes' feet to what is, in fact, righteous fire. I'm okay with being told the truth about. I don't think I should be absolved of being talked about. But at the very least, what I can say about me, bitch, is I tell the truth. Not only about me, bitch, I tell it about you too. So tell it, bitch. I ain't asking you not to tell it. I ain't asking you, bitch, to not talk about the motherfucking game. But what you're not gonna do, bitch, is play on my character. You're not gonna play on my blood. And you're going to bring zero fucking contempt without an apocalyptic Dark Phoenix, Marvel, multiverse of motherfucking madness, country collard green macaroni cornbread ass whipping, bitch. From the motor mouth of the South himself. That's what you're not gonna do. You want to tell the truth, you pussy ass, coward ass hoe? You tell the motherfucking truth, bitch. But when you don't tell the truth, bitch, I'm gonna have you treading that water. Keisha, McCray. Me not liking you ain't personal. It's principle, bitch. Why should I like you after understanding in totality who you are? Inwardly and outwardly. How can I respect a man knowingly protecting a predator who tried to prey on a woman when she was underage, successfully did it, and then tried to do it to her underage daughter? And you lined your pockets with her receipts and her tea instead. How could I respect you after what you tried to do to Christian Macmillan? Or to Bishop Matthews, and all the other untold stories from victims that reached out to me, because baby, I never told it all. There wasn't even enough space, bitch, on YouTube for me to run it completely down. I could do a part 2 follow-up, bitch. That's how much content I still have.
We might need that in 2026. Okay.
But after the girl started running to church and fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, and after she got sued, and after Bishop got that judgment against him thanks to me, and had that website taken down, which is what he was using to extort, blackmail, harass, and terrorize, and slander individuals, a lot of the victims were really satisfied with the results. And speaking of, because of me, this isn't just something that I've done for Bishop Matthews or Kimberly Pollard or Christian Macmillan or all the other motherfucking stories I've covered over the course of my social media career and journey. It's something that I have also done for Dr. Reid, because I'm going to tell you something about CTV, bitch. I'm the same motherfucker to every motherfucker.
No shade.
Bitch, I ain't got no switch up, bitch. I ain't got no switch up, ho.
No shade.
Bitch, I'm the same nigga to all niggas. I'm all things to all people all the time, bitch. CTV is a solid nigga. A consistent nigga.
No shade.
A non-belly flopping, can stand on it, ain't scared, bitch, to draw the line, ass nigga. Ain't gonna let you play with it, ass nigga. What you thought the fuck this was, ass nigga?
And I know that personally.
Ass nigga.
I know that personally. Can I share a little bit of my shit real quick? Is that okay, CTV?
Sure.
Okay, no shade. If you go to my YouTube channel, at the beginning of my channel, I have a whole video series where I was going through some situations in 2018 where I was literally contemplating taking my own life because I was caught up in wanting someone romantically. You know, unfortunately, a lot of gay men get stuck in that place, but that's another, story for another time. But
Hold on. Actually, but just put a pin in it super quick.
Go ahead.
Because I just want to maintain the continuity a little
I'm
bit.
sorry. Go ahead.
You know, you can get into that bag. I don't want to say what I did
My bad.
for Bishop, Kimberly, etc. I've also done for Dr. Reid as well, bitch. CTV is a whole force to be reckoned with. And I really do need to be working at a presidential motherfucking level at this point, baby. I really got to, you know, just level all the fuck the way up, baby, because I'm not where I'm supposed to be. I'm not where I'm supposed to be. But this is Dr. Reid speaking of court cases, speaking of consistency, speaking of integrity, speaking of. This is him speaking and testifying as well.
It is a sickness to think you're the one without a verbal contract, to think you're the one without a, oh yeah. I agree with that. That's what I agree with that. Okay, thank you for new members. Good, because I got some stuff to say and just a little bit. Torrance, Dex, thank you. Thank you for $2. Thank you. Desiree, welcome.
Girl, get to it already.
We got a lot to get. Okay, so there was something that happened online.
Thank you.
Day before yesterday, or maybe 3 days ago. Some stuff was exposed publicly. That I had said in members only. And I was asked first, could they share it? And I said, yeah, they could. And it was in my members only because I was responding to someone that done a live and lied on me. So I told the truth on them in my members only. And another platform, Consciouztv, y'all know what it is. It's been around for 6 or 7 years, other platform. You know, but we argue, don't talk for months. Then argue, not talk for months. We're going to try to fix that, but it's just, it happens. Because we're a little bit different in our communication, but our ethics and values and standards are the same. Consciouztv is the one that all the court cases and stuff I ever dealt with online on YouTube, he always, in fact, I won all of mine. He is a key part and reason for me winning all of my cases that I ever had to deal with. And he actually dealt with the lawyers. And so he went live and laid that thing out. So I went in my live.
And that's not AI. That is not AI. That is not AI, girl. This is not Sora.
This is why I'm not gonna let nobody play with me. And I ain't gonna let somebody play with me. I'm not. I realize in living my whole life up till this age that a lot of people have settled for a lot of shit. And because I've been around all the wrong motherfuckers my whole life, I learned to tolerate and settle for a lot of shit too.
Right.
A lot of shit that was branded as normal, branded as functional, branded as healthy, branded as. I'm breaking the motherfucking cycle. I'm interrupting my pattern. You know, at first I wanted to save everybody. Now I'm only interested in saving me.
Come on, thank you. Yes.
I can't drag, pull, and I'm not. I don't want to, baby. Motherfuckers can say where the fuck they at. I gotta save me. All of me. And we're gonna get a little bit further into that. But when I tell you that I'm not gonna let you niggas play with me no more. When I tell you, bitch, it's a new sheriff in town. It's the same sheriff, bitch, but he got new boots.
Oh.
Got a new hat. I got a new fit, bitch. Sheriff is 15.
Boots on the ground.
I've experienced a lot. And that lot has brought me to a place of total self-preservation. See, I know who I am. And I know what I bring to the table. And I know that sometimes I end up being the goddamn table. And I know that just like a table, if you don't take care of it and you disrespect it, it's gonna untable you, bitch. Because that's what happens when you play with your assets. I am no different. And I'm not gonna let nobody tell me who the fuck I am and who the fuck I'm not, because we see what the fuck continually motherfuckers testify to. I got 2 motherfuckers here, and I just showed another motherfucker. And I can go down the roster, because ain't nobody scared to speak on me for me. Because is that abundant? Is that polarizing? Is that objective? So why would I leave room for you to play with me when I ain't playing with you? I ain't playing with you. In no way, shape, or motherfucking form have I decided that the relationship and connection is a playground. At no point in time did I turn around and decided that there should be a sliding board here and a swing there and a sandbox over there. If I'm not playing with you, then what the fuck I look like letting you play with me? Now let's get into a further depth here, because I'm gonna have to transition into me and Dr. Reid going to joint therapy. I want people to remember this. I've spoken about this passively, casually on my platform, that I am a healed, post-traumatized person. Meaning that I am somebody who has endured trauma, has intentionally done the work, is doing the work, and my goal is to maintain the progress of the work that has been done and continue to deepen my commitment to any level of shadow work that needs to happen. Part of my pre-traumatized existence, I am someone who was left for dead by my own relative. I had a medical crisis that resulted in my appendix rupturing. I had a cousin who I had been raised with from the time we were in diapers, who was raised alongside me like a brother, because our mothers were the closest of the siblings and close in age. So we were raised together. My appendix ruptured while I was taking care of my grandfather in his home where my cousin lived. I had to belly crawl military style from the car garage where I was washing my grandfather's clothes out at, through the kitchen, belly crawl down the hall to the back room where my phone was and the keys to the front door was, and then belly crawl from the back room back to the front room after I managed and was given the grace and given the strength by the Creator to fend and fight and advocate for my life. As EMT was fastly approaching. And then I had to lay out there in the living room, arms and legs spread wide open, in the most agonizing, over-the-top, preposterous physical pain I've ever experienced, while my cousin watched me wither and disintegrate molecule by molecule in his drawers. The entire time that I'm belly crawling, that I'm screaming, that I'm fighting for my life, my cousin, equivalent to my brother, has his bedroom door open, is in his bed watching cartoons with his drawers on, hearing me, watching me, and then has the audacity, after I successfully make it to the front door to unlock it and lay out there in the front room, get up in his drawers, walk across the hall where the bathroom was, leave the bathroom, look at me, and then take his ass back in his room with his door remaining open and lay on his bed in his underwear while I fought for my life.
Wow. Crazy.
And if God had not given me what I needed,
to advocate for me,
Yes.
I would not be here today.
Yeah.
This was someone whose shit I packed into my Chrysler. I helped him to move into my grandfather's house. I was the reason he could live in my grandfather's house. And he left me for dead. And to make matters worse, as a follow-up, after being in the ICU for a week, no one in my family confronted this motherfucker. Everybody had a personal conversation with me about how outraged they were, how disgusted they were, how out of their minds they were, and there was no reasonable, rational penalty put in place for my abandonment. Everybody had secret outrage, private outrage, but no social and public outrage, and then had the audacity to rush me to get back to work to caring for my grandfather, where my cousin still dwelt and cohabitated at. I made a promise after not only experiencing what my cousin did to me and then watched the way that my family participated in the abandonment of me, that after my grandfather died, because I wasn't going to forsake my grandfather, even amid my own trauma. Because as a mature spiritualist, as a cold-blooded Scorpio, I am deeply loyal. I am somebody who understands the assignment. And I am a reasonable person. Because I put my grandfather's needs above my own. I promise to God, I'm not even crying in pain. I am crying in motherfucking power.
Yeah.
Because God manifested. God manifested in me.
Yeah.
He manifested in me. He manifested through my love. He manifested through my body. And he made a living witness out of me. But I told myself that after my grandfather passed, that I was going to walk away from my family because I could not understand what they allowed to happen to me. I could not make sense of it. My grandmother only had 2 fucking people in this family who were willing to take care of my grandfather, who were willing to feed him, bathe him, clothe him, medicate him, support him, and support her. And she didn't even have the audacity to attempt to preserve the person who was serving her. And the scriptures say that the greatest amongst you are those who serve you. I was her servant. And she being the matriarch and head of this family and in control of that household and not removing my fucking cousin and none of my uncles and none of my aunts and nobody supporting me. Nobody being so scared enough that they could have been burying Davion, whose mother we've already had to bury. And they accommodated this darkness. They accommodated this neglect. They accommodated this violence emotionally. And I was sitting here giving up the pussy popping years of my life where I should have been two shits to the wind like every other motherfucking 30-something-year-old riding my fucking man's dick, not giving a fuck about family, not giving a fuck about friends, not giving a fuck about responsibilities, not putting a motherfucker before me. And the least motherfuckers couldn't do is give a bitch a pink slip and a good country ass whipping in the front yard. Tear motherfuckers' ego apart. And tell a motherfucker you can go and live with whoever taught you this, bitch. Go live with who taught you this. It took my grandfather about 3-4 years after my medical crisis and having to work back in that space alongside a motherfucker who left me for dead, being of service to my grandmother who could not afford to put my grandfather in a nursing home, could not afford any of these things. It took him 4 years to finally pass. I didn't go to the funeral, but I went to the burial. I stood adjacent to my family. I still kissed my grandmother and greeted her because she was now a widow and lost her husband. And I ain't seen them niggas since because I buried them with his ass. And I'm proud of motherfucking about it.
Yes.
I buried 95% of they motherfucking ass with them. Because you niggas got me fucked up. And you know, what's fascinating about my family is that years later, when I started unpacking and I started being introspective and retrospective, and I started putting it all together, you know, there was a small sense of comfort, unfortunately, in the fact that I come from a family unit that perpetually abandons its own, because I wasn't the only one. There have been people in my family who have been touched by other relatives and they were never avenged. There have been violations economically, violations emotionally, violations sexually, and people have to live in their pain and suffer in silence. I was just one of many now that had my seat at the table through the rite of passage of abandonment. And that was when the real work really started in my life. And I started slowly cleaning shit up, slowly acknowledging the way in which I had been socialized, the way I had been cultivated, the things I had been taught to accommodate, such as bad behavior, bad thinking, bad emoting, had been trained and raised to accommodate abandonment. To slap makeup on emotional bruises, to not be a stir, to not be loud, to not advocate, to not sound off, to not bring accountability, to not say the word accountability, to not confront, to not critique. So once I gave up on them, I embarked upon creating an alternative family for myself, which became my friends. My friends is what I had. But I'm also a very picky person, and I'm very big on select. I'm attracted to well people. I'm attracted to wellness. I'm attracted to it. It socially attracts me. And I don't care what talent you have. I don't care what wealth you have. I don't give a fuck what clout you have. Once you demonstrate to me that you are not a well person, not a good person who does unwell things from time to time, but when you are unwell, I become unattracted and disinterested. Because I lived my whole life amongst commuting with broken ass people. And nobody ever taught me how much of a problem it was going to be to develop intimate relationships to broken people. Not that you have to avoid broken people, not that you have to turn your face and your back to broken people, but nobody taught me that broken people have no place in your intimacy.
Right. Right.
And so I accommodated a lot of shit unconsciously. It was the way I was raised. It's what everybody else did. Everybody else made do. Everybody else cheered on mediocrity. Everybody else chose entertainment over character. Chose shallow characteristics in people over character. I played follow the leader until I realized how spiritually, emotionally, and mentally costly it was to do that. All right. Transition that. Larry Reid. Hold on. I think Larry is texting me, child. Let me see this. He would just left. He had a few.
Make sure y'all hit that like button if you haven't already. It's 8:32.
Yeah, thank you for that. Y'all thumbs up, baby. CTV is giving you bitch raw dog in it, bitch. Like, I'm in this shit. Please support the platform.
273 likes. You gotta get them up. Just get them up.
Yeah,
get the likes up.
Please get them up. It's almost 1,000 of y'all in the chat, baby, and CTV is bringing it.
Yes, you are.
Huh?
I said, yes, you are. This conversation I needed tonight.
So, Dr. Reid. So Dr. Reid became a part of the very few people that I gave myself permission to be in community with, because I had transitioned out of my family. And D-Rock is a part of that intimate friendship group. Bubs to God is a part of that intimate friendship group. Reckless Logic, who you guys know, is a part of that intimate friendship group, who I'm going to call. And Dr. Reid also was a part of that intimate friendship group. Let me call Reckless, because he said he wanted to support as well and be a table leg. Thank you so much, Fedora, for the child support check. Peace and strength, my love. Thank you, baby. Now he in the country, so he might not get no damn. Thank you so much, Coach Leslie, and shout out to all of my moderators. I'm calling Reckless. Oh, and my phone about to die. Jesus Christ. All right. Here I'm coming back. So I had developed a very small cottage and a very small community of people. I had intentionally sought out wellness in people. I knew exactly what I was looking for in any type of friendship and relationship and connection. And me and Dr. Reid had a spontaneous connection. Matter of fact, I mean, he found me. You know, he I think saw that he saw one of my videos dragging Kaya. He was impressed, and then he ended up following me, him and everybody. He followed me, then Shamaka and Ken. I just got all these damn followers from what I now know was his whole crew. And then he messaged me, and then the rest was literally history. It was literally history. It was that organic. It was that easy. Hold on, this is Reckless. Damn, my phone dying. Hi, Reckless.
Hello.
My phone is actually dying, so I'm gonna have to probably call you through Instagram from my iPhone.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. Let me do it now. Reckless is not able to hit the link, you guys, because he's in the country and he just got a lot of ghetto shit going on. Where is he? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We are loud, live, and in color, and I want to thank you for being here and for supporting me and for letting these niggas know what's good.
Period.
So, okay, this is the last thing. It was the Kaya video, and the next video that came up is what made me reach out. Yeah, because I was still doing like celebrity commentary, and I was doing a lot of spiritual content at the same time. I don't do as much spiritual content now because my audience loves me being a mess and being messy, but I've started slowly getting back into the certain sector, which has given me the opportunity to start doing spiritual adjacent commentary again. So we're back in the hybrid of the platform again. So, you know, we had hit it off and the friendship was easy. Now, earlier on, and I have had, and every discussion that I'm having here has been had privately with Larry Reid. And once again, for those of you who just are coming in, Dr. Reid knows that this commentary was coming. We talked about this commentary before I went live, etc. And obviously he's in the chat and, you know, supporting the commentary accordingly. So the first 5 years of me and Dr. Reid's friendship was good. Now knowing what I know, it was good because I allowed it to be one-sided. And that's why it worked well. Before I get into the minutia of that, as my boy YB would say, I'm going to say this. I'm a very low maintenance person naturally. I don't have a lot of needs. I don't have a lot of wants. I'm not a person that is constantly in danger. So there's not a lot of opportunity really to have to focus on me and have to kind of really save me. Me being in distress or me being in a situation that calls for my community, those situations come every blue motherfucking moon. They may come every 2 years, every 2.5 years, every year and a, you know, like it's very spacey. So because I was cool and I didn't really prioritize a need, I really didn't have a need, and I was okay with him taking up more space in the friendship than me, that became accelerated when Dr. Reid started to go through a lot of things on social media amidst our developing friendship. And so the escalation of certain and all controversy centered him even more. And it wasn't until about 2 years ago when things began to happen that at first I thought were one-offs. I thought they were one-offs. I was like, okay, you know, everybody have a moment. Okay. Dr. Reid has shared this on his platform. He shared it really, I think in members only or in Patreon, I believe. I didn't even know he had shared some of the details of what we had been through. This happened, I think, last year when I had stated to somebody who asked me in the chat if me and Dr. Reid were still friends. At that point, because we weren't, I spoke honestly and said, no, we are not friends. The last interaction I had with Dr. Reid prior to someone asking me that was explosive. I had cussed Dr. Reid out. I had told him I didn't want anything to do with him. And I had went on about my life, but I didn't make noise about it. And I didn't formally announce it because it's just not what I do when it comes to my personal private life. I'm not really into letting shit play out on social media. So fast forward. Five years into the friendship, a major fracture took place, and it involved, and this was around the time when Tasha K and Dr. Reid had a relationship. Right. And a relationship that nobody wanted. The LRLs didn't want it. Patreon members didn't want it. The Celestials didn't want it. Nobody wanted it. Okay.
I want it.
You ain't want it. Bubs ain't want it. D-Rock ain't wanted it. Nobody ain't needed that. Nobody wanted that. Nobody had to have that. Okay. Everybody sounded off unanimously. Don't need that. Okay. But Dr. Reid did what he wanted to do.
Cards.
And Dr. Reid had did like what he wanted to do, you know, like regardless. Okay. So he chose Tasha. Him and Tasha happened
It was fine. Whatever. Fast forward, you guys know there was breakdown between me, Dr. Reid, and Tasha, because one night Tasha K went live with her then big forehead assistant, and they tried to call me into some bullshit. I gagged Tasha. She got mad and then deflected and tried to make some allegations that Dr. Reid had been mishandling some church funds. Dr. Reid then hit my platform, spoke what had happened, let her know that it was her lawyer, Olga, who had misinformed her. And do you know Dr. Reid, above to God? He said he just realized that he know above to God.
Yeah, I think when I did a response video when he was talking about the whole
you're right.
situation, comment.
Yep.
Yeah. What's going on,
that.
Larry?
Well, be prepared, baby, because Above's gonna have some raw commentary for you, Doctor. Don't get too chummy yet. So there was breakdown. He hit my platform. He spoke the truth and let her know that her lawyer, because they shared Olga as an attorney at that time, had misinformed her about a situation regarding the lawsuit that Dr. Reid was in. Olga had actually lied and had wanted Dr. Reid to kind of keep a certain thing from Trasha. So Trasha was walking around with a fake narrative and had intentionally held on to this narrative on Mad Day, because then she used what she thought was the case to weaponize it against Dr. Reid because she was mad at me. And she broke down. She did what all narcs do when they fuck up and they're caught red-handed. She cried. She wailed. I feel, I just didn't know Larry. And to her credit, she tried to make up with me too. She was calling me all that night. I kept telling her, Tasha, I'm not interested, bitch. You jumped all the way out of the window for absolutely no reason. Then you really played in Dr. Reid's face because you came over in my chat when he was here and was trying to terrorize him and like, Larry, you better tell the truth. You better tell the truth. Like, you just knew what type of business you were standing on. And girl, you was just sitting on Reddit this whole time, girl. And I'm not fucking, look, the thing about me is I will only socially forgive people that I actually fuck with. If me and you ain't friends, if it's anything less than a friendship, if it's an acquaintanceship, if it's a YouTube ship, if it's a social media ship, bitch, you're gone when you show me who the fuck you are. Period. Ain't no second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. The only motherfuckers I'm working it out with and rolling over with and applying Christ and virtue to are people that I love, because that's the capacity of love. When we're just have proxy, I don't love you, I like you. I mean, I have an agape love generally for all people, but it's not an intimate love. It's just an agape love and it's proxy, and you only got one time, bitch, to show me what it is, because you're not going to play with me more than once. So when she did that, I didn't give a damn that she had 1 million supporters. I didn't give a damn that I probably could have benefited from clout because she was hitting my platform regularly at that time. I didn't care about the opportunity, the shallow opportunities that could come if I sold my soul and instead chose ambition over character, because I'm big on character. So no, I wasn't having her. And I told her, bitch, stop calling me. Fuck you. I don't fuck with you. And that's that. Now, Dr. Reid's forgiving ass continued to put up with her. Now, in attempting to put up with her and attempting to maintain proxy and maintain the relationship, Trasha, being the snake bitch that she is, and look, I can't even be mad at her because Dr. Reid walked his ass right into it. So she knew she was not going to serve me no papers, because at this time, bitch, I was on her ass after that, bitch. I was doing back-to-back commentaries. I was dragging the fuck out of her, baby. I was blowing her spot the fuck up, and she tried to manage me through trying to get Larry to get me to back down. Larry never asked me to back down. Larry never came to me and said, hey, Tasha feel da-da-da-da-da. He never had that. So her last ditch effort then is, I guess she thought of that as betrayal. And then she decided to set him up. So she pretended like she was going to send me a cease and desist. And she sent that cease and so she went and asked Larry for my information, for my address. Larry gave her my information and my address. Or at least the address at that time. Yep. So I didn't know this. Dr. Reid had not had a conversation with me. Dr. Reid had not told me about this. Dr. Reid had not told me that Tasha K was in the background threatening to come after me. I had no heads up. I had no nothing. I ain't no shit. And so I didn't find out until another sorry ass incompetent content creator that she was aligned with went live and showed the text thread between Dr. Reid and Tasha of him giving her my information and my shit. But let me tell you how, and see, this was the first major fracture, but because it was the first, I had a lot of grace for Dr. Reid. So I called Dr. Reid and I said, you know that this motherfucker is up here showing your text thread with Tasha and you giving her my information. I said, you never told me that this bitch was after me. You never told me that she was trying to put papers on me or whatever the hell she made the narrative be to get you to put you in a situation to look like what it's looking like right now, which is the ultimate betrayal and sellout. Dr. Reid was like, yeah, I did, but you know, I was gonna handle it, and I wasn't taking that bitch seriously, and if she would have did something, I would have paid for your legal tab. I said, that's beside the point. Yeah. I don't give a fuck about you paying for my expenses. I was out here like a sitting duck and didn't know that a op was out here opting on me, and you didn't even like give me a heads up. And I don't understand why she was able to get you to give you that. Out of all people, you like what? But because there was so much going on with Dr. Reid at the time, there was so much scandal and controversy and whatever, and this was our first fracture. I said, what I'm gonna do, and this is the only motherfucking time that I have told a smidget bit of a white lie, and I can own it now. I went live and pretended as if Larry had informed me and that I had given him permission to give her my address so that he didn't have to get chewed the fuck up out here.
Wow. A lot of his ass get chewed the fuck up.
I chose to lie to protect him and say no. I already knew. He had let me know. I didn't know. I had no idea. After that, I didn't feel it to the degree in which I started to feel it later. I was shocked. I was offended. I felt betrayed. But I don't know if it was just that it was just so much happening at that time that I just couldn't really process it in its entirety. So it wasn't something that we got stuck on. It was something that we pretty much just, he told me he was going through a lot and that, he was just kind of out of his mind at that time. And I know he owed a lot of money for reparation and, he was overworking and it was just a lot going on. And so I just took it all because that was also better than thinking about the reality. That was that was better than believing that my friend could sell me the fuck out. So I was willing to take that as an explanation, even though it wasn't a justification, but it was an explanation. So that happened. Moved past it. Everything was fine. We recovered. Life went on. Another major, and some of these things I'm not going to chronicle in detail because I just know what it'll turn into in terms of social media. And I'm not having this commentary to create backlash. I'm just being honest because Dr. Reid has spoken so much about our relationship and us being in breakdown and when we weren't talking, and has even gone into more detail about the things that have happened between us than I've even been willing to divulge to social media, because I just don't prefer to do that. But given everything that's about to go on now and us about to go into therapy and us just having that conversation on my platform about therapy, I really want to just kind of speak to all of this so that it really makes sense why we're going to therapy and what we are going to be working through in therapy. which is basically the breakdown of trust. And it's betrayal in some instance. There was another event that took place, and this one I really felt because it was what I was going through. I thought I had COVID because I was having this, I was having like the stereotypical symptoms of COVID. I was like, okay. But then the symptoms had lasted for more than a week. So, and mind you, I don't have family. I only have y'all. I only have like my very small group of people. And I don't even think I was in communication with Bubs at the time. I don't even know if me and Bubs was active at the time. I don't even know if he was in my life at the time because I don't remember Bubs at this time. So either we weren't active at this time or he had not happened to me at this time. But in either instance, I literally had a scoop of niggas. Like a scoop of people, right? Larry being one of those people that was a part of my intimate community. So I ended up having a medical call, or like what you call it? Like when you have like an online visit, like with a doctor.
Medical emergency?
No, bitch. I said having a appointment, girl. When you have a medical appointment.
Teleappointment or something.
Yeah, a teleappointment or whatever it is called. So I had one. He was like, oh, well, it sounds like your symptoms could be a bunch of other shit aside from Carisha, and you already done been a televisit, and you already done been, like this should have been wrapped up in a week. So you need to go to at least an urgent care. So I said, okay, cool. So I went to urgent care. Went to urgent care. My blood sugar was past 500. It was so fucking high that the machine couldn't even read it. But your average blood sugar, healthy blood sugar, is anywhere between 90 something and like 120. My shit was past 500. God knows what it actually was because the machine couldn't even register it. So what I didn't know, because I had no medical issues and I had no type of illnesses at that time, was I was on the verge of diabetic shock and didn't even know it. So then after she got my blood reading, because she did all the blood work, she was like, damn, I can't find, like, she like, I everything coming back all right. So she said, let me do one more thing. And then that was to test my blood sugar level. And that's what she was like, bitch, go to the hospital right now. And luckily, the hospital was a block away from this urgent care. And so I went there. Immediately, they got me into a back room. The doctor came in and it was like, Mr. Augustus, I don't even know how the fuck you survive, bitch. 3 weeks in a state like this because you should be a vegetable or be all out dead, ho. Wow. Had you not come in, girl, you would be dead. What he didn't know, bitch, is that I had already proven that I was a miracle child. Yeah, bitch. I'm somebody who survived independence, a ruptured appendix. I'm someone that survived the extreme. So what he didn't know, bitch, is that I'm the golden child. So of course I could survive in a state like that, a fatal state like that, for almost an entire month and still be reasonably functional. I just really had a lot of fatigue mostly. So before I had went to the hospital, I had been texting Dr. Reid because I was scared. Because at this time, like, I was also experiencing like some blurred vision. Like, it was like shit was getting weird because my body was literally breaking down. I was literally dying and didn't even fucking know it. And so I was like, Dr. Reid, I don't know what the fuck going on. He was telling me, take the vitamins, like order this, order because we just thought it was something that could just be remedied through just, a practical, whatever. But I was needing like an actual engagement. I was like, I kept asking him to call me because I wanted him to actually pray for me. Like, I was scared. I didn't really want to go to the doctor. I didn't really know what was happening. It was just all too much. And I really didn't want to go to the doctor because I was too tired to go to the doctor. I was so grossly fatigued that I could barely get up. I could barely sit up. So the thought of having to go to the hospital and having to get in a car or get in a lift and get dressed, these things were impossible for me at this time. Right. Because I was so incapacitated. So, I was just like, girl, I'm about to work every home treatment, bitch, based upon what I think this is before I get my ass to the goddamn hospital. But I got there, and the whole time I was in the ICU, they pumping me up with electrolytes and all of this shit and and minerals and insulin. I'm texting Dr. Reid, and I'm just like, this is what's happening, like, can you please call me? He's not calling, but he's texting, and he's kind of alluding that, you know, he just got a lot going on and he will call me, da 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 da. At this point, he knows I'm in the hospital. At this point, he knows that I'm in the ICU. At this point, he knows what it is, da 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 da. And so I'm taking that, right? Because I'm just like, I know he's a busy man. He's a father. He got a business to run. So, you know, I get it. My crisis don't become anybody else's crisis. But then it was the 5th day. I was in the ICU. Hadn't I got that call that I had been requesting for Dr. Reid, who's a part of my intimate circle, because I'm choosing not to have family anymore. And I get a notification that Dr. Reid is on Instagram Live with Horseface Wiggins. I remember my heart dropping in the hospital bed. I clicked into the live stream. They just cackling and kikiing. It ain't about shit. It ain't on shit. It ain't, you know, a structured show. They just shooting the shit. Ha ha, bye bye, gaga. And I'm sitting here in the ICU and can't even get you to give me a 60-second phone call so that I can have some type of emotional support from somebody in my life that I believe love me. And I'm in a crisis situation, and yet you have the capacity to just sit on Instagram and kiki and spend time hooting and hollering and just whatever, kicking the shit, shooting the shit, kicking the can. When you say cold-blooded, DD, I felt the coldness. I think I went cold. It was such an explicit emotional unavailability that left in its place a sense of emotional violence because it was so deeply abandoning and neglectful. Especially as someone who knew what I was going through. I was giving him the play-by-play, and I didn't care that it was Horseface Wiggins. It could have been anybody. But not a supporter, not the phone call that I'm asking for, but you can use the same phone to pick up and go on Instagram and entertain and then jump on with whomever, however. I heard from Dr. Reid finally the 6th day, the day before I was to go home. And we had a great conversation. He did pray for me at that point. And I was just fine. I was just so finally relieved to just have heard from someone in a real way in my real life that I wasn't even berating him about, well, I can get you. Like, I didn't even care. I was just so happy to just be able to connect and to just have someone offering something to me in this scary, terrifying situation that I had never been in. That was brand new to me. And after that, you guys know, because I've chronicled my journey, I made a commitment from that point on that I was going to reverse type 2 diabetes because I was diagnosed at that time with type 2 diabetes. It took me 1.5 years to reverse it, to put it in remission. I went from a A1C7 to a A1C5, I believe, a 4, one of them. And I was out of complete diabetic range, no pre-diabetes, no type 2 diabetes, no nothing, bitch. Like, what's good? My doctors had removed me from the little insulin that they had me on and the little high blood pressure they had me on. And I accomplished that through meditation, emotional wellness, and a plant-based lifestyle, which I've remained plant-based since, which is why I couldn't eat all of that sugar diabetic ass shit that Dr. Reid was serving at that goddamn Halloween party that he had threw a few years ago, child. Because bitch, I couldn't get back on the stretcher. So that was another major fracture in our life. And I mean in our friendship. From there, yes, it kept getting worse. Like, it just kept getting worse. There became more manifestations of neglect, or a lack of care, a lack of concern, a lack of presence. And when everything started building up and I started realizing, oh, this is not like a one-off situation. There seems to be a pattern and a pathology that is happening here. That's when I began to try to have these hard conversations with Dr. Reid about the way I was experiencing the relationship, the way I was experiencing his friendship. And while Dr. Reid always has been a good listener in those times, there was no promise thereof. When I had, it was like kind of emoting to a brick wall. There was no reassurance. There was no, this is how we're going to do it differently. There was no established path of solution. It was just, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you was the consistent feedback. And because he was just hearing me and nothing was being really done to make the situation better, whatever this pathology was kept playing out. And despite my attempts to correct it, to bring it to his attention, I was being heard, but I was not being tended to. And there became like a growing frustration. And then everything really hit the motherfucking fan when Wilhelmina stepped back into the picture. And, they had their own turbulent situation. He was an op. He had aligned with people that Larry had sued. He had made all type of pedophilic claims about Dr. Reid. There was all this shit, but they made up when Vincent Terrell Hill did that thing that he did, that show he did with the audios and all of that. And Wilhelmina, I was on the phone with Dr. Reid when Wilhelmina called him. He was like, oh, why is Wilhelmina calling me? He took the phone call and they made up from there. According to him, they apologized. They put the bullshit beside them. And then their second leg started. And that, fresh into that, Wilhelmina goes and shows that he ain't grown. He's still a slanderous, extortionist piece of shit, because in a live stream, fresh into their second start, that's when he makes the claim that I had HIV that I didn't have. Mm-hmm. And then the shit went semi-viral. And then as a result of it going semi-viral, Larry softly checks the situation. He said, hey, my friend ain't got no HIV, whatever. He also has a follow-up private conversation with Wilhelmina. Don't do that. Don't you ever say no shit like that. Boom, 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 cow. And then about a week later, while I'm getting flamed up, because this shit lasted for a week. Like I said, Tasha K was regurgitating this untruth about me. She also was hosting a panel at that time and had other creators, and she made them put it on the docket. And I'm getting flamed up. And as I'm getting flamed up, a week into something that Wilhelmina did, and it only was powerful because he did it in front of Larry. That's why it mattered. Because everybody has always felt like Larry wasn't really my friend, and always felt like Larry didn't really fuck with me. And so every time there would be a situation that could look to the people like, see, there you go. CTV is being stupid. That motherfucker don't fuck with him. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. As that's happening, I see Dr. Reid platform Wilhelmina. And they're all, they're doing church sector commentary. He's getting the visibility. He's getting the clicks and views. He's coming to the house, sitting in the studio. I mean, he rolling out the red carpet. It's limousines. They doing it. And I'm over here windmilling and fighting for my life about shit that's not true due to what this lying, sick motherfucker said about me. It just kept getting worse. And it kept getting worse. And I could not in any effective way communicate in a way that made sense to Dr. Reid any of this. in his mind, it was, I'm your friend, basically, and that's that. It don't matter what it look like. It don't matter whatever. The general pushback or feedback was, I'm your friend, shut the fuck up, period. Like, I'm your friend, period. I don't care. You know, I don't care what it look like. I don't care what you see me doing. I don't care whatever. I'm your friend. And because I wanted to believe that, but it wasn't looking like that, the actions were not lining up to the proclamations, to the showboating that he does around my name. I begin to feel gaslit because I'm just like, you're talking about me in a way you're not actually treating me. And more situations happened that demonstrated that something was wrong and something was off about what this was. Finally, when he was in Ghana, after a lot of breakdown at this point, there's been like a lot of breakdown. I'm just giving y'all some 3 major keys so that y'all can just have, you know, that. He was in, no, I don't know if he was in Dubai or Ghana. We ended up talking. I think this was after my birthday, year before last. This was my 2023 birthday. He was in Ghana or Dubai at that time. He had wished me a happy birthday. I was mad at him at this point because I was just confused and I was just really frustrated and really sad, and I didn't understand, and I was not interested in speaking to him really, and it was no way for me to be in relationship to him without it being a problem, because I had a problem. We got a problem. We got some problems, and we ain't solving them either. We tried to recover. He told me to give him everything. He said, I want you to give me every motherfucking thing I've done. I gave him every motherfucking thing he's did. He apologized. He agreed. He said, oh my God, bitch, I can see why the fuck you feel the way you feel. And I almost feel like, bitch, I don't even understand how we're going to be able to be friends going forward, because it was almost like he was shocked and surprised by his own shit, which, you know, might speak to just how out of touch he was relationally. And because this was at this point, what, a 5-6 year friendship, you know, like, I don't want to throw away that length of time. There are things that me and Larry has been through, and he recently said this to me. He said, CTV, it's just shit that me and you've been through that for him ultimately is like, bitch, we're gonna always be bonded because it's and he's right. There are things that are really unique to our experience, to what we've had to survive, to what we've accomplished together. And I too was not interested in just seeing that wither away for the hell of it withering away. So I was interested in giving him a second chance, etc. And then something happened, and this is when Josh happened. Now, Larry mentioned Josh. You guys know Shamako Bryant. Shamako's in the chat, and thank you, Shamako. I see you texting me light and love and supporting me too. Thank you so much. Shamako is Larry's best friend. He was married to Latrice, Larry's cousin, and they gave birth to a beautiful baby boy named Josh. And Josh was 18 at the time that he left his parents' home. And Josh came to visit me, and he came to visit me for a length of time. Now, before this had happened, I had told them, because I didn't know what was going on at the time. I was caught. Shamako caught me, to be exact. And was like, hey, can you contact so-and-so? Because he saw that I was the only person that Josh was still following on social media, but he had blocked everybody else. And he asked me, did I see the video? I said, no, I hadn't seen his video on TikTok. And he asked me, could I reach out? And he, you know, said I should have a conversation with Larry first before I do that. So I did. And Larry greenlit it and was like, yeah, da-da-da-da-da. And then I reached out, and immediately Josh jumped into my arms. He was like, I want to come. I want to come. Like, can I come? Can I come? Can I come visit you? You know, at this point, he was estranging himself from the family. and he was going through some things, and he didn't have nowhere to go. He was on the streets of Atlanta. You know, he was self-evicted. His parents did not put him out. They did not throw him away. He chose to leave because of the things he was feeling and the things he was hearing in his mind. So he came here, and I told Larry, I said, Larry, this is not my drama. I don't know Josh. I've only met Josh twice. I don't have a relationship to him. And I don't know what all this is that he's about to bring into this experience, but I'm accommodating. Now, mind you, I'm being asked to do this at a time where me and Larry are still in major breakdown. I'm not even happy with me and Larry's friendship. Like, I'm completely frustrated with him as a friend. You know, all this shit going on between us, and now there's this major life-changing event that's about to happen for me by bringing this person into my experience that I don't know, and I don't know how long this is going to last. I don't know what this is going to look like emotionally. I don't know shit. So I had a conversation with Larry, and I said, Larry, I'm going to need your support. I'm going to need your support. I don't know what this is. I don't know what I was given his word. I was given everybody's word about everybody being in, everybody being supportive. Everybody is going to do what they have to do to support me, supporting them, and supporting him. Baby, about 2 months in, everybody ass had them disappeared but Shamako. And Larry had vehemently told me he was done. As that journey played out, I think about month 4 or month 5 into him being here. At this point, once again, you know, I was not getting any emotional support, and Shamako definitely wasn't that, because he was toe up himself. You know, he was heartbroken over what was going on between him and his son. And I was the only person that Josh was talking to and dealing with, and there was so much trauma dumping that happened that I needed an outlet. I didn't know if Josh was telling me things that had happened, things he had self-imagined, things that spirits or undiagnosed mental illness had, you know, conjured up in his mind, because I have a mentally ill person in my own family, and I know how they emote. I know how they imagine shit. You know, I know how it goes. So I didn't know, and there was consistent trauma dumping every single day. So about month 4 into Josh's visit, I text Larry and I said, Larry, you haven't even as much as asked me if I'm okay. You know what the fuck Larry texts me back? No, I said, you haven't as much as checked on me. That's me like, how I'm doing. Is there anything that, you know, I need? Larry texted back and said, what I'm going to check on you for?
I know that nigga lying.
Let me tell you, that was when something, like, at that point, it was going to be up for me and Larry. Like, that was probably the, like, you know how like fractures lead to a bigger, just final, there's an implosion. That was when I finally believed Larry. I believed that this man did not love me. I believed that this man did not even like me. I believe that it was, as far as I was concerned, Larry's truth as it related to me was on full fucking display. And it was so objectively in the room with me that I would have been crazy to not be able to just accept it for what it was, because there was nothing I could even make it into. I couldn't even transmute it into. I couldn't even excuse it as I couldn't even, it had no transformative qualities. It was just what it was. And from there continued to be more breakdown, obviously. But from that point, there is when my mind changed. It was, as the old saying goes, when somebody show you who the fuck they are, at some point, you don't get to cry. You don't get to whimper. You don't get to complain. You don't get to demand. Your motherfucking job is to accept a motherfucker for who they show you they are. And because this was consistent, perpetual breakdown, and despite my attempts to try to figure out what this is, how I can get you to see me, I'm supporting you. And you don't think you don't know why you should check on me? I'm supporting your best friend and your cousin. This is your relative here. And you don't know why you should be checking on the only person this person has, and you know what kind of condition this person is in? I was supposed to be in Mexico, flipping properties, expanding my Airbnb business. And Larry says, y'all won't hear my version, but the goddamn therapist. So what has happened now? Because that was 2023. We're now 2026. What happened was we pretty much stayed in breakdown after that. Last year, we really didn't have much of a relationship. I think we had a few, like we touched in here and there, but it was shit. It kept breaking down because, it was a lot. So what happened was 2 months ago, when all this Bernard Jordan shit started happening and the emails and I had reached out to Shamako, and I had reached out to him because I had been told something as it relates to Josh, and I wanted him to know. And in that conversation, it led to us concluding by talking about what was going on social media and the email. And he was like, have you seen this? And I was like, I really haven't seen it. I've seen it passively and peripherally, but I haven't really seen, I haven't put my head to it because I don't fuck with Larry at this point. It was like, I'm concerned, but fuck you, nigga. Like, I don't give like, hey, it ain't, I'm out. I'm taking care of me. So I had told Shamako, because prior to my conversation with Shamako 2 months ago, me and Larry had a conversation back in, I think, March or April. I think it was April or September. And I decided, once again, taking Shamako advice. Because Shamako, at that point, was like, please talk to Larry. He can hear you. I know he can hear you. He can hear you, CTV. He can hear you. He can hear you. I said, no, he can't, Shamako. No, he can't, Shamako. He can't fucking hear me. I've been trying to get the motherfucker to hear me for 2 years. He's deaf, motherfucker. No, leave me alone. So, taking his word for it, and Larry was overseas at that time too. And I reached out to Larry. All right, Larry, I don't know how, I just don't know what to do at this point. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why shit look like this. I don't know, whatever. Me and Larry, it started off good. I think we was on a StreamYard thing, face-to-face, or as face-to-face as face-to-face can be. And he, at one point, I began to share with him what my core belief was. And this is what my core belief is. And I shared this with Reid before I got up here. I said, Larry, this is what I wholeheartedly believe. Based upon everything that's happened, based upon how things continue to look and play out, this is what I believe. I think I'm just a good idea for you. But I don't think I'm your actuality. I don't think I'm your type socially. But because I have overwhelming positive characteristics, you're just smart enough to obviously not be stupid and to just terminate that because you know what I'm capable of. You know that I'm stable. You know that I'm consistent. You know that I'm the same. You know that I'm reliable. You know that I'm trustworthy, which is reflected in Dr. Reid's post last night, which is why he three-wayed me in, correct? Is because of what? He doesn't trust anybody. but CTV and Shamako, I have qualities that any person would hold on to. But what I also understand is that people can like what you do, but not like you. People can like what you offer and not love you, ultimately creating the experience of one feeling like a utility. Like I am a socket wrench or a hammer that you need for a particular job, whether it's you need the emotional availability that I provide, you need the nurturing I provide, you need the emotional safety I provide, whatever all of the shit is, da-da-da-da-da-da. But that doesn't mean that you have humanized me enough to experience me as a brother or as a friend, as a relative, as a loved one, as Larry has called me all these things. CTV is like family. CTV is like a relative. CTV is da-da-da-da-da. But Larry has not given me his heart in my experience. And I think there are people that are more his type because as far as I'm concerned, that's why it's easy for him to give what he gives, to whom he gives it to. While when it comes to me, everything has to be logistical. Everything has to be complicated. Everything has to be, I gotta figure, I just, you just wait on it. But then you ask me to wait on things I'm asking you for. And then in my face, giving those things to other people who you say to me privately don't deserve it and aren't qualified for it, and yet get to still be a recipient of it, while the person you praise publicly has to always endure the rigmarole and always has to endure the shenanigans, ultimately to still be left on the waiting list. You don't love or like me. And that's the only thing that makes this shit make sense in terms of why it looks the way that it looks. And it doesn't help that when I go out into social media, everybody else sees it too. Larry thinks that it's me believing what people say. No, it's people seeing what I'm actually experiencing for myself. They're just a confirmation that what I'm seeing is not a figment of my imagination, that what I'm observing, what I am navigating is not just some, CTV just, no, baby, there are whole fucking think pieces and comment sections and content creators who have created space for the what the fuck conversation when it comes to Larry. People have literally done content like, where the fuck is CTV? We would have thought, baby, I see no evil, I hear no evil. Never spoke to it, never validated it, never whatever. But what I am clear about is the fact that, and this is where shit about to get a little deep, y'all. I know I'm an empath. I'm a light worker. That I have a gift of love. I love in abundance. That's further compounded with my Scorpio nature. We love deep. We love intimately. We give all that we are. We give the shirt. We give the skin off of our goddamn anatomy to you. We'll go down with you. We on some Jack and Jill Ike Turner shit. Sacrificial to the extreme. I believe, and this doesn't just apply to my perception of now Larry. For me, it explains every relationship, including the one to my family. I believe that I am a symbol to people. I'm a symbol of hope. I'm a composite of what people idealize in the world. But because people also, within that fantasy, within that idealism, the actuality of them is within trauma. The actuality of them is within unhealthy practices. Because the old saying is, right, energy doesn't lie. Right. So the truth is you navigate where you navigate to because that's what you more are in reality. You're more like that than you're more like me. That energy may be due to trauma. It's more familiar to you. You're used to liars. You're used to unstable people. And while you hate that and you hate what it results in, it's what you know. And because you haven't cultivated enough of a healthy motherfucking self to truly appreciate a motherfucker like me, I end up ultimately getting the scraps. And the people that you don't actually fuck with, that you don't actually trust, are the people who get your highest self. And you think because you answer the phone for me that that's a measure. That that's some type of a distinguishing measure of the difference between your so-called love for me and your so-called association with other people, baby. The bar is set so low. So now, and with Shamako coming up and us having this conversation around me and Dr. Reid, like when he said, you know, like when the question came up that, do we need therapy? Because Larry has said that to me before. Like, I think we should go to therapy. I was like, I really don't think not. Because my plan is just to walk away when you act stupid. I ain't going through no damn therapy. When I can just pack my shit like I always do and get the fuck on. Because that's just easier. Because I don't have this experience at this point. I'm not having this experience with nobody else but you. I'm not having this with Bubs. I'm not having this with D-Rock. I'm not having this with Reckless Logic. I'm not having this with any of my other niggas. Like, this is particularly to me and you. And, you know, But because I am in a friendship and I have acquired PTSD from this friendship, I have, as a result of being aligned with Dr. Reid, people tried to fake sue me. People tried to fake put restraining orders on me just because of my loyalty and because of my proxy to him. I have inherited an entire World War III on me. Stalking, doxing, the whole motherfucking nine. I've endured, been through. I got battle wounds, the motherfucking show for just being a friend, just being a genuine supporter, just being a genuine person in the situation. Going to therapy is the last shot for me to pull a reverse Uno on now what I'm going to need help unbelieving, because as of right now, I don't believe that Larry fucks with me. As of right now, and for a long time, I have not believed that Larry cares about me. I have not believed this. It only makes sense that I could have been handled the way that I was handled because there is no like and love there. Because you don't handle something you like and love recklessly. I'm sure Dr. Reid has better well-made cars and clothes in his closet that are being sustained because he loves those clothes and those cars, and they're being taken care of accordingly as a result of the love and the care for those things. I'm sure he has inanimate objects that are in better condition than our friendship. So I'm willing to hear Dr. Reid, because Dr. Reid's rebuttal is, you're right. I'm wrong. There's a disconnect. I do love you. I'm clear that I haven't convinced you of that. I'm clear that my behavior has not been a total demonstration of how I hold you and what you really mean to me. I am very clear. I'm objectively clear that my actions have not and do not demonstrate the sacred truth of my heart as it relates to you. And it could be due to trauma. It could be due to the way that I communicate. It could be. And because he has continued to hold on to me, despite my willingness to let him go, be with who makes sense to him. Because at this point, you guys, the truth doesn't even hurt me. I more so now want him to be able to come to full terms with what I believe is his truth, which is that where you want to be is where you already are. And since that clearly is easier for you, and it's easier for you emote, It's natural for you to show up. It's natural for you to support whom you are supporting. Baby, let me go and go be free. Because, baby, ain't gonna be no rage following. At this point, I can accept the truth. I just want you to accept the truth. That's where you really want to be. And that's what you really want to do. Because that's who you're doing it for. While I'm on a waiting list. Wow, we always got to figure shit out. But yet, according to you, I'm your best bitch. I'm your best bitch. Only me and Shamako. So, and that's just a belief. I'm open to the fact that it's not true. It's just my perception. And there's going to be an even more interesting task that we have before us, because as a result of me willing to entertain him in the 7th do-over, in the 8th do-over, I don't know how many fucking do-overs we in at this point, that as a result of somebody who has had my trust completely broken and shattered in this friendship, I'm going to have to be willing to see it differently, to understand it differently. And I'm going to have the task of re-perceiving him now that he's forced me to see this version of him. But he's saying this version of him is not the truth. And it's not who he is. So therapy is going to help me to deal and understand via his perspective, along with the professional input of the therapist, how to look at this, get us to reach our bottom line. And he said today that he wants to work on it. He said he loves me. He said he's even willing to fund the therapy. Shamako is deeply convicted by the fact that he believes that I'm truly Larry's friend, but I don't think that that's really a question for anybody. It's if I'm Larry's friend. I think it's clear, you know, to the general collective and the majority that obviously I am, clearly, you know. But because of that, Shamako believes that Larry is mine too. He believes that. He believes it. He believes it in the deepest part, and we wrestle each other down, baby. We wrestle. But I am partially here because of his encouragement and because of his support of the friendship, because he believes that he knows how important I am to Larry, and he completely understands how important Larry has been to me. And he's not willing to let either one of us tank the fucking friendship because there's too much to gain and too much to be. And you just don't let something like that just go off into the fucking ocean, never to be seen again. So I'm willing, but I'm honest. I am fucked up over this friendship. I do have PTSD over this friendship. Larry has changed who I saw him as, and I will have to reshape the way that I see him if we're moving forward, and if there is a different version of us both, and I'm clear that a different version of me is going to have to be, if there's going to be, and there's definitely going to have to be a different version of him. And I'm curious. It's like we done came this far. Therapy at this point, it's just like we might as fucking well. I mean, everything else has been thrown at, not everything really has been thrown at the wall, but do I want this to be the case? No. Do I want to believe this? No. But I feel that I've been forced to see. I feel like he forced me to see him differently, even when I didn't want to, even when I was committed not to, even when I was fighting for the person he told me he was, even when I was fighting for the person that, you know, that I experienced him as the first 5 years before all hell started breaking loose, before we ended up in perpetual breakdown. I'm going to shut up now, and I'm going to before I let you guys sound off, and I'm going to let Reckless do it first, because I know that he has, he got a lot going on, and I don't want to hold him here too long. I want to say this.
No, I'm good, baby. I'm seated now.
Okay.
He can still go first. I'll go last.
I want to say this about all, hold on. I think that Larry said something in the chat. Let me see. I think he put a comment here. What is it? Larry says, Aquarius and Scorpio don't emote or relate the same. We both fix signs. If you know, you get it. Therapy is a must at this point. Shamako says, I believe it because I know both sides and I know both traumas. I'm going to say this. I am at peace as it relates to what I understand about the kind of bitch God created me to be and sent me into this world as. I know as a light worker, I'm going to naturally attract broken people. I know that my family summoned me forth as a healer because of the brokenness. I know that this world pressured me into entering the group chat because of the darkness that resides thereof. I know that the truth sets us free. And I know that there's a lot of things that we want that we just shouldn't have either. And I know that the reason why we try to hold on to what we think we want and say we want, despite our inability to maintain it and take care of it, is because we either have an objective that we're being too lazy to really work toward so that actions can align with words, or we're telling ourselves a lie altogether. I am very clear as a light worker and as a healer and as a super empath that I am going to be just a good idea for most people. Just a good idea. Just a good idea. I'm the bitch that's good on paper. Oh, he cooks, he cleans, he got a fat ass, he's good looking, he's integral, he's what are things. But I'm clear that most people's hearts are going to belong to what's familiar to their trauma. And so I'm going to consistently be in scenarios where people will have nothing but positive things to say about me, and people will trust me in spaces and trust me in rooms while also laying down with what is a manifestation of the version of their unconsciousness. A lot of people have chosen good people, but run around with bad people. A lot of people say they want a good guy and then cheat with the bad guy. A lot of people say they want a good girl and then go have affairs with the stripper bitch and the bad girls. There's a truth that we don't tell ourselves, because in our minds, we're trained to pedestalize that which is good. So it's like, oh, well, yeah, of course I want somebody good. That's what everybody says. Everybody says it. Mm-hmm. And then if you get blessed, you become unique enough to hit that lottery and find that goodness in people, find that uniqueness in people. And yet, your mind is elsewhere or your body is elsewhere. That's a deeper conversation that needs to be had with unto people who are wasting good people's damn time. I can accept that I am a good idea, that I'm good on paper, but people are in bed with their trauma. And people who emote that trauma, people who reflect that trauma. And I was telling Larry today that I said, I almost wish, I'm almost considering going on doing a social experiment and being a raggedy bitch and seeing how far that gets me. Because I'm seeing raggedy bitches, even though raggedy bitches ain't getting nowhere, but I'm also noticing though that they are getting some things that good people are not getting. They still ain't really getting nowhere, but they to some degree are getting certain things that good people are still waiting for. And the part of me that is becoming withered and becoming fatigued with humanity and becoming fatigued in relationships and friendships and all this shit is like the shadow part of me is like, bitch, stop treating these people how you think they deserve to be treated and treat them how you see them allowing themselves to be treated. Stop fucking projecting. They make space for untrustworthy motherfuckers. They make space for sick ass motherfuckers. They make space for characterless ass motherfuckers. Give them motherfuckers that. That's what thrives them. That's what's gonna wake their ass up. That's what get their ass going. Show your ass. You trying a little bit too hard for something that's gonna come anyway, bitch, because they will accept bad people. They will accept bad behavior. You're working too hard, girl. You're being Miss Perfect Patty. You're being too accommodating for something that you're going to get any motherfucking way because the bar ain't high to begin with. Girl, you're working too hard. But rather than becoming that shadow version of myself, what I've done is I begin to isolate now. I isolate. I don't fuck with nobody. I don't chill with nobody. I don't see nobody. I don't go to dinner with nobody. I ride my man's dick, and that's it. And I fuck with the Conscious crew. I don't, and hell, and even him, girl, I'm just like, girl, you can go too, really. Because dick is made both in plastic, paper, and flesh. Oh, like, I am like in a place where it's just like before I become the fucked up hero version of myself, which really isn't a bad idea. That's kind of a perfect balance between heroism and villain. But I am curious. I be having a genuine fantasy. I be sitting around in my Versace robe being like, bitch, damn, like I should start being a fucked up bitch. Like, because anybody who has the capacity to be a great hero has the capacity to be a great villain too. You have to have both capacities because the pendulum swings from left to right. Like, I got burnt by every motherfucker, including my family, because I was literally being good to them and thinking and treating them how I thought they deserved to be treated. I saw them higher. I think you deserve love. I think you deserve someone you can trust. I think you deserve someone that's consistent. I think you deserve someone that will incubate you at times. I think you deserve someone who will constructively critique you and not just shame you. I think you deserve that. But then you get treated like shit, and then you watch incompetent morons and incels be able to scoop up the doggy treats. And then you get this weird system that we have now where hurt people really used to be good people. Because good people are learning that this is really the only way to survive this shit is if you join these bitches. If you join them in the low vibrationalness, if you join them in the low expectations, if you join them in the mediocrity, if you join them in that shit. Because that's the only language these motherfucking hoes know. They asking for something that they don't have the experience, the motivation, the passion, and most importantly, they don't have the version of self to be able to align with. A lot of people have actually fucked around and manifested blessings that this version of themselves can't handle. And that's why they're mishandling the blessings. Because in changing your life, you got to change you too. Or you're going to misrepresent, misidentify, and be reckless with that which you've been blessed with. But you can't hold on to a blessing out of the same version of yourself that's broken. So you must come up as you're giving the up. You must upgrade as you're being upgraded. And I always feel like the motherfucking person who everybody says they want, but nobody is really motherfucking ready for. And since nobody know how to take care of me, and nobody know how to be with me, and nobody really knows how to maintain and maintenance that, I isolate and said, I ride my man's dick and I deal with the Conscious crew. And it's really interesting to me because I'm naturally a people person. I'm communal. I'm empathic, for God's sakes. My whole life is about people. It's about love. It's about protecting. It's about righteousness. It's about all the things. Standing up for truth and justice, the whole nine. Protecting important people. Protecting the assets. Making sure leadership is healthy. Making sure there's accountability and a check and balance system in place. I have so many people that email me daily, DM me daily. I have moderators who want to be close to me. I can't even bring myself to get on the phone with people because I am so traumatized by people. I do not trust people. I almost let Reckless Logic here get vacuumed into that one time because baby, that like just a few weeks ago, his ass was calling me like I was on my damn deathbed for days and days and days, and I was sitting over here just watching that shit come and go. Girl, like I was so unavailable, just emotionally. Not that I even was occupied, but just so like I don't know what to do. I'm frozen. I don't know, but I understand. I get it. I understand. But at the same time, I'm tethered, I'm worn. And in order for me not to become a bad guy, I got to protect myself from broken people. Because eventually I'm going to give in. I am also doing a work in my life that is unique because I have gone no contact with the majority of my biological family. And I stand up for myself and I walk away when there's danger in the room. Most people don't. Most people are accommodating. Most people are trauma bonding. Most people are doing all of that shit. So me being around other broken people, other post-heal traumatized people, I mean, not even post-traumatized, me being around other traumatized people, it scares me because I'm like, me watching you go back to your vomit is tempting the part of me that is habitual to go back to my vomit. Watching you not have no boundaries is tempting me not to have none either. Like when that's the majority of the messaging outside of you and you're trying to do a different work in your life, that healing is fragile at first. Because you haven't cultivated it enough. There hasn't been enough consistency and affirmation and da-da-da-da-da. So yes, I run, bitch. I run now. I run. Because I am changing my life and have changed my life. And I don't want to go back to making space for raggediness. I don't want to project on people and make them more than what they are, better than what they are. No, you're raggedy. And it's cool for me to accept that. And you ain't giving nothing, baby, that makes that necessary for me. I'm cool on being out. I don't know what this is going to look like. The real Tiffany says, Larry ain't switching. He's been Larry. I told Larry this. I said, look, you can't teach your old dog new tricks. You 47 years old, nigga. Like, this is who the fuck you is. He said, oh, the devil is a liar. I rebuke that in the name of all things Jesus.
Well, apparently he hasn't rebuked you.
But I feel the same way. I'm like, Larry, I don't know what you think you about to do, baby. You an old dog, baby. You're like you at the age now where it's like the ass is purchased.
Conscious.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
Sure.
I know Larry done said that he rebuked it, the devil's a lie and all the other things, but he hasn't rebuked it yet because he's been consistent with it. Like, my observation from the outside looking in, this really has been a friendship in terms of the best phrase I can put it. If God wanted to send you one of the worst friends ever, he could not have sent a better person. I'm just going to be honest with you. If this is how he treats a friend that he claims out of his mouth that he loves, cares about, I don't wonder what the hell he treats his enemies like. But we already know what he treats his enemies like. He befriends his enemies.
Well, hold on. Before you get started, first of all, Larry, I don't know like what you mean by that. You literally jump into your Patreon and have talked about our friendship. You've allowed people to have an opinion about our friendship. Some of those people think that I'm actually the bad guy, even though you've admitted that you're wrong in the friendship. And I mean, you like, what do you think you're doing when you're in members only? What do you think you're doing when you're in Patreon, sir? I don't know those damn people. I don't have a relationship to those people. You're not keeping our friendship private. You might be talking to a so-called private community that anybody can access that got a black card. That's not keeping the friendship private. You've been very adamant, even when I didn't want you to speak on our friendship privately and let people know that we were in breakdown, and you still let them know that we were in breakdown. You still told them, yeah, we don't be talking, we don't be that. Look, these people here talking to me are people who love me, and they have held me together, and I'm giving them a voice regarding their opinion. They've had to assist me, help me, pray for me, carry me, encourage me. And all these people that you spoke to, you don't even see in real life. This is my actual community. And if I'm going to give any part of the public a voice, I'm going to give it to my actual friends and not allow people who support me online to be the people who can be a total recipient. These are all people in my life. I want them to speak to me. They're not here to support you. They're here to support me. And I'm going to let them do that because I need this. I'm not so much as worried about you or anybody else at this point for this matter. I need this. I'm okay if you don't agree with it, but it's been a lot of things that I clearly didn't agree with. And I had to endure. I had to survive. I wasn't given an ultimatum. I wasn't given a creative input. I wasn't given a creative say-so. It didn't matter. 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 My preferences, my considerations, my feelings, what would damage, what could damage, the hypotheticals that all could happen, you were all willing to face off with because you were choosing you. And now I'm taking one out of your book and choosing me. Continue, Logic.
So in terms of Larry, yeah, so I was just about to get started. So here's the thing when it comes down to that. Larry, you're going to have to sit back and endure this because everything that you're about to experience in terms of what may trigger you, what you disagree with, and all these other things, this is exactly what you put Conscious through. Because last time I checked, I don't think it was appropriate for you to be in the face of with his op and to give his op his actual address to where they have the possibility to sue. That's not what you do when it comes down to friends. If you wanted to be neutral, if you want to stay out of it, you could have been like, hey, I'm not going to give that address up. If you find it on your own, that's one thing, but I'm staying out of that. You could have did that. And also you could have gave your friend a heads up if that's what you wanted to do. And I'm going to be honest. I'm assuming towards the end of your breakdown, once Conscious had gotten word that you were being open about your relationship, friendship behind a paywall, when he would come to talk to me, I most definitely was telling him, fuck that nigga. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was telling him, fuck you.
It was.
I really was. Fuck that nigga. Fuck him. Now, don't get me wrong. Friends, people, we all gonna make mistakes, but
sure,
it seems to be a consistent thing. Because don't get me wrong, I've come short. Me and Conscious had our issues, but it seems to be a consistent thing. You can't say that I love you, but I'm gonna give your op the address that can potentially get you sued. You can't say I love.
Let me further that, Reckless, because the real thing that really fucked with me about that is Tasha K is a raggedy, vile son of a bitch.
And we know I can't say
she's a gutter snipe from right up out of the hood. And the issue was Larry didn't know what the fuck she really wanted it for. For all I know, she could have been trying to put the goons on my ass. She could have been trying to do some foul, fucked up physical shit to me. And what was worse for me was not even just giving her a address. It was about also not following that up with informing me so that I could protect my damn self and be aware that there was a bitch who was on my neck.
Right. And then let's also take it a step further. It's a possibility he wasn't even gonna fucking tell you.
And that was another issue that he and I had, because I was like, you didn't tell me. I had to find this out on social media. I had to find this out because one of these hot assholes that she opping with put it on blast. But he admitted that he was temporarily sacrificing me to preserve a relationship to her.
Why? There we go. And I'm gonna say another thing that Larry has that he has a strong position of is a pick me ass attitude and a pick me ass fucking demon. Like, you're highly successful, you are rich, you have the teams of the teams, but that pick me ass behavior and that pick me ass fucking possession demon that you have is very strong and it's very loud in the room. You're befriending a bitch that's willing to backstab one of your friends that you claim. Now, these are your words. You claim that Conscious is your friend. That's willing to backstab you, also backstab or hurt your friend. Then you tend to forgive these people. Okay, cool. Then on top of that, you're going to befriend his op, McCray, and then also
hold on for a minute. I'm so sorry, Reckless. Mrs. Duchess, baby, I have been the subject of everything that could be the subject of over the course of several years. Larry has existed in a way and moved in a way that has allowed me to unfortunately be the subject of shit I didn't want to be the subject of. When I say that they're whole think pieces on social media, they're whole think pieces because of people's observations, because of shit that's happened, because of whatever. I am okay. And you're right. This is not a flex, my love. This is Davion, my love. You concerned about some shit I'm not concerned about. And I'm telling you, don't be concerned about it. Because nothing that you're going to say is going to change what I'm doing. Okay? This is my real fucking community. And they have an opinion about me and an opinion about Larry, just like Larry's community has had an opinion about me. Like Larry's relatives have had an opinion about me.
Like Larry's patron members have had an opinion about me. Ain't y'all just heard me and Larry talk about and discuss how he didn't even have me and wouldn't even support me on his main platform because he accommodated the homophobes who were donors? So his community has been able to have an entire, not only have they been able to have an opinion, they've been able to have an actual say-so that means something. My friends are sitting here giving you an opinion that I didn't even listen to because I'm still actively entertaining a friendship with the nigga. He allowed his community to have an opinion and then chose to be informed by that community. Like, boo, sit back and let me do this because I'm the only one in the seat right now and I'm cool on all that. They have an opinion. It ain't gonna kill you. It ain't gonna kill Larry, and it ain't gonna kill me. And if it does, so God bless it be. So God bless it be.
Girl, fuck her.
Continue on, reckless.
Girl, fuck her, because at the end of the day, she's about to have an opinion. Well, they're about to have an opinion about all of our asses. That's about to give some constructive criticisms and our opinion about him. And my point in saying all of this, because the bigger gag, which really was like really a punch to the gut, is that he literally left you almost, well, he did leave you, but you were almost on your deathbed. And he knew. It's one thing if he didn't know, but he knew. And then gonna take his sweet time to come to your aid. But then when you go online to look, he talking to one of your ops or a bitch that you don't fuck with. But then once he leaves said person, he comes back to you and tell you, oh, these people don't take me for granted. Oh, all these people don't deserve it. Then why the fuck are you still doing it? Because you are a pick-me.
Look, these are things that Larry say out loud. Larry gets to be commentated about. I get to be commented. But fuck what people feel about what people saying. Bitch, we're talking about, I ain't talking to you, Rick. I'm talking about to the public. No. Bitch, I was taken through a physical there. I don't give a fuck about people's emotional feelings about being the subject of a conversation. I've been the subject of a conversation this whole motherfucking time that I've been in this position. I'm not the one that asked for a do-over to begin with. So, you know, Jay-Z said something integral or something very significant about Beyonce. You know, I love it, baby. Mm-hmm. He said in an interview right before she came out with Lemonade, and it was going to focus somewhat on his infidelity and the breakdown of their marriage. He said, you know, when Beyonce first came to me and said that she wanted to openly address the hurt of my infidelity, and she wanted to do it artistically and through the medium of Lemonade. Initially, yeah, I was in my ego about that shit. You know, I don't want my shit on blast. I don't want I don't want people to whatever. But he said at the same time, I did this. I created this. And I love my wife. And I'm going to take responsibility for the things that she needs in order to fucking heal, if that not only is what's best for her, but it's also a promising path back to me. That's what real men and women do when they have acknowledged that they have done a thing or things that have created brokenness, that have created trauma, that have created etc. Is that there's no room for fucking you. You either account for your transgressions and you're willing to reap the work, the time, the effort it takes to get to wherever it is that is of value to you, or you're not. This is not about me accommodating Larry's ego. Mine's had to be crucified in order for me to get to a place of clarity. I didn't create what I've been living. I allowed it, but I didn't create it. Now, since once again, the king of telling it all and the king of wanting to share things that I say don't share, I told him before I got up on this phone, before I got up on here, I'm doing me. Yes, my terms and my conditions. Because the thing about me is that I don't have any particular desire at this point. There's nothing that I actually really need at this point. I am completely available for every version of what comes after this, including nothing. That's how clear I am. I'm clear. Because it would actually be easier not to clean it up. That's going to require work on my end. Is to actually clean this shit up and repair myself just to be able to exist in this relationship in a way that's functional. Larry said he supported it. This is for me. And if Larry means everything that he said about being sorry and being apologetic and wanting to take responsibility and blah, 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 this is his motherfucking opportunity to act like it. Continue on, Reckless.
So in terms of like, you literally left Conscious on his potential deathbed. And this is supposed to be the person you love. Like, this is supposed to be the person that you cherish.
I don't want to keep harping either, Reckless. So that it's kind of.
I know, but I
kind of get to a a bottom line perspective here.
Bottom line is, I think that when you go to therapy, and I'm pretty sure you already know this. Worry about you. Don't worry about him. Just say what it is. It is what it is. But if he gets it, he gets it. If he don't, he don't. But I think that's what it should be in terms of therapy. That's it. You already know my stance. Fuck him, honestly.
I get
but
it.
Support you.
Because there's a lot of people who have told him, fuck me. I get it. D-Rock, you probably my longest standing friend here. You also are a supporter. You've literally are a rock, and you are a supporting figure. A lot of people only get to focus on my friendships because of like what they see. They don't realize that I have actual community because they don't see y'all per se. This is
right.
The wall in my life. These are the floors in my life. These are the actual pillars. Do you have any thoughts? And you don't have to have any thoughts if you don't have any thoughts.
I won't speak on Larry.
Mm-hmm.
Although I do know the story, I do know the goings-ons, but what I will speak on is you, because I know you, and like you said, we have more history than probably anybody here. And I actually am very proud of you, because I remember, I don't know if you remember, but I do remember the time that I told you, and I know it was prophetic because it was spontaneous. I had no reason to say it. But I just remember what I said to you, and I said, you are going to, and it was something to the effect that you're going to really be something big. You're going to change a lot of lives, or something to that effect. Yeah. And before you even got on YouTube or anything, and I'm seeing it in full effect now. And I believe there's even greater for you, for sure. And but what I can say about you as far as a character, your character is you are who you say you are.
Thank you.
Everything people see on here, you're that way behind the scenes. And we've had our own. There's a couple of times we've had our own bumps in the road, like hiccups or whatever. I think it was we went heck like maybe a year without speaking one time.
Yeah.
And but I knew we would come back, together at some point, because that's, but I can't say you're an honest person. You are very straightforward. You're a truth teller. And I know that's true, that the story that you told about your cousin,
Yeah.
and when your appendix burst, I knew that story years ago. You told me when that happened.
Yeah.
And
I was in the
I said,
hospital. I think I have a picture somewhere of me hooked
yeah,
up like a goddamn UFO to every damn apparatus in the damn hospital room. I was plugged up.
yeah. And I thought, like many other people thought, and I, my feelings about that. I thought your cousin was a piece of S.
He is a piece of shit. And I hope he
Yeah.
hearing it too. Piece of shit.
Yeah.
He never apologized. It's never no closure. And that's why I say I ain't accommodating shit, man. Like, motherfuckers took me through there, like whatever the little bit of heat, the little bit of smack upside the motherfucking head a nigga get, I don't give a fuck. Like, I got taken through there. And if I can handle being taken through there, you can handle having your wig tugged on, because none of these motherfuckers still ain't being taken through nothing but accountability.
Yeah.
But truth. And like I always say, and, at the end of the day, this is my history and my story. And I was decent enough to call Larry and let him know, I'm coming up here. I want to speak to my community the way that you have spoken to your community over and over and over again, the way that you brought your community into every private detail, whether it was Josh living with me, whether it was the details of what took place between us, etc., whatever, all the other elements of your life you share. I don't agree with a lot of that, because I don't think that everything is for everybody.
Right.
But I'm also learning from the king. The king is showing me what he has the capacity to take, since he can give it. So, and you all are supporters. As Larry said, he remembers Bubs. All this shit, most of this shit played out in the open to make it worse. It played out in the open. I should have been starring and narrating and controlling my own narrative to begin with.
Yeah. And if I can say this, this is true in general of anybody. I'm not just talking about this, but anybody. It's like you always hear, like when people are celebrities, like when they have big platforms or movie stars or whatever they do, rap stars, whatever. And then it's like and it's natural, you want to control what's public and what's private. Everybody has a public and a private life. They're entitled to that.
Yeah.
But some things, when you put them out in the public, it's like they're open for public opinion. Whatever you put out there, me and you and some of the other on this panel, we're not talking about our, ups and downs or whatever's going on between us and the public, because we're not, we don't put it out there. That's not what we're, and I'm rarely up, I rarely come online. So there's no reason for me to talk about what's going on. But if I was a public figure, it's like people who have reality shows, they're airing out all their business. Okay. When you putting it out there, people are going to comment on it. And they have the right to do that. But what I can say also about you is that, it's like some things, like, and I told you this before, I told you this a few years ago, I said, I just thank you for, being a friend in my life, because I don't think I would be the person that I am today if I wasn't connected to you. And I believe I have grown exponentially simply because of Davion, because of Consciouz TV. And I honestly say that. You have been my best friend. I call you my best friend when I mention you to people. And the way I have grown has not always been peachy keen. Some things you've said to me, they have offended me. They've made me upset. You know, Bubs shaking his head.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah,
we both
girl.
have
What
heard
you
it.
get to my part?
Yeah. And so some things have pissed me off. Some things have hurt me, hurt my feelings. But I always knew that it was out of love. I did. And however hurt my ego may have been, you know, we have always come back together. And so unless I have something else to say, I'll let you know, but I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay. Bubs. And thank you for that, D-Rock.
Yeah, shout out to D-Rock. Shout out to Rector. Shout out to everybody. I'm not gonna have no harsh words, but they're still going to be honest. I guess I'll start with what you have done for me or how you've shown up in my life before I give whatever commentary that I have on you and Larry's relationship that has been made public. No shade. Like I stated earlier in the beginning of this live, I went through something. I met CTV before my ego death in 2018. He ended up reaching out to me. I didn't know who he was. Something in my spirit said, watch one of his videos, and we just resonated. And ever since then, we started talking. If you guys ever seen Kill Bill Volume 2, girl, I am Beatrice Kiddo, and that nigga's Pie Man, girl, was fucking me up everywhere I go, girl. And I'm a person who's very analytical and cerebral minded, so I guess in a sense with Larry, I can understand that perspective. But when you're going back and forth with someone who is tapped into the spiritual as far as the emotional aspect of it, that is grounded in the emotional aspect, the empathic aspect of it. No matter what I said, no matter how I came across, no matter what angle I thought I was going to come around, truth came out. And I needed to hear that truth, because if I never would have met CTV before my ego death in 2018, just like he stated how he probably would have not been here today if it wasn't based on his own energy, I probably wouldn't be here today or be Bubs the God today. This individual has been a man who has shown up as a black, openly queer man. And a confident one at that. This is the type of nigga that was sitting here and tell you, girl, I will tell you the truth in such a way it may jeopardize our friendship. And that's okay as long as the truth is there, because the truth gonna truth. And just like Reckless, just like D-Rock, just like any real friendship, they're going to have their ups and their downs. But the difference is that when you guys come back together, there has to be some sort of growth. And shifting over to Larry, based on what has been shared, based on the conversations I've had with CTV, where I was just allowing him to be himself and share his perspective on it. And to Larry's point, he got to still share his perspective. But we can only go off of what it is that we've seen, what's been shown to us. And shout out to the people in the comments who are saying, don't do this, go to therapy. I get it. You don't want this to be public because I understand you, Reckless. But I understand.
Hold on. But let's be clear. We're here because our business is already public.
That's what I'm saying. And
largely due to Larry Reid.
Exactly.
And
that was one of my points too, because I'm like, y'all keep trying to put and that's what I'm really not liking. They're trying to put a muzzle on Consciouz,
and it ain't gonna work. Ain't no motherfucking muzzle. There ain't a bitch. There ain't a bitch. They ain't a motherfucker in the chat who got the authority, got the power.
And the thing is, people want to put a muzzle on Consciouz, but they wasn't willing to put a muzzle on Larry Reid when he was behind that paywall, yabba dabba doing. They was eating up. So do the same thing y'all did with him. Eat it up.
Or did the
and look, and this ain't even. And look, hold on. But let's be clear. This ain't even about eating it up. This is just about responding to my audience and letting them know that I heard y'all all these years. I agreed with some of the things that y'all observed because I was living the reality of it. And this whole conversation, because we got into a lot of stuff even when he was here on the stream a few nights ago.
So it really opened up the space for this conversation because we got into certain details. When he was in our Patreon, I wasn't invited into the Patreon. The Patreon was something he divulged to his public, divulged to his community. And some of the people don't like me. Some of them do like me. Some of them is going to be team. And look, this ain't about team nobody. I don't give a fuck about no teams. I ain't here with a team. I ain't got a fucking team. My team is my truth and my experience. Yeah. And because the details of our friendship have bled out into the public, I'm having a more nuanced discussion about what has already been a topic led by Dr. Reid, a topic that was for the nuance when he and I both divulged in a detailed exchange about the dynamics of our friendship, where the concept of therapy came up. And now we're talking about it. And like I said, me and Reid probably had an hour-long conversation before I got up here. I said, look, I need to go speak to my public. I'm tired of you being the only person that get to speak. Tired of you being the only person to always be able to say, do as you please. Like, it's too much shit that's going on. It's too much shit that's happening. I need to speak to my shit and speak to my experience, and I'm going to. Yeah. And just letting you know I'm going to. And he was okay with that. He already has shared a lot of this stuff to his community. I'm just sharing it to mine's. That shit with Tasha K, he talked about to Patreon. That shit about me being in the hospital and him on Instagram, Kikiing, he shared in Patreon. He's done this to his community. I'm just doing it to mines and with mines. Okay? That motherfucking simple. And if anybody don't like it, haul ass. I ain't asking my damn motherfucker to be here, except the motherfuckers who here on the screen. I ain't asking I ain't send no links out. I ain't text no links out. I ain't asking not damn motherfucker to be here. I'm doing what I want to do. And adding further context to why therapy is going to be needed. Because it's been a lot of shit that has happened. And I've been doing most of that shit by myself at that. When police were coming to my property over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. When I was being harassed over and over and over and over again. Baby, I didn't have no emotional availability. Baby, I've been through shit that probably never even gonna get said on the internet. Never gonna get said. Never gonna get talked about. Girl, y'all don't even know the motherfucking half of what the fuck I've endured.
Yeah, they don't.
Hell, the truth is, Larry don't even know. Larry can't even really understand it either. Because he's him in the situation. I'm me in the situation. I'm going to show you niggas better than I can tell y'all about what choosing me going to look like. Because I take responsibility for allowing every motherfucking person in my life to get it fucked up when it comes to me. Whether it was my family, whether it was my friends, whether it was a past nigga, whether it was or whatever. I take responsibility for setting shit up in a way, for allowing, whether it was out of ignorance, whether it was out of misunderstanding, whether it was out of whatever, projecting. I procreated too. I co-created too. Unconsciously, consciously. But in the words of Beyonce, baby, I'm doing my work. And whether Larry sits down in a therapy session with me or not, I'm doing my work. This ain't about Larry. This ain't about Larry. Bitch, this is about me. And I want to take care of me. I have voted enough for other people. Yes. I have stood in the gap. I have protected. I have shielded. I've done all of that. If that can't be done for me, fuck you. Bye. If that can't be done for me, fuck you. if I can't carve out a 30-second corner in this fucking multiverse after all the fuck I've done and had to show up as and motherfucking endure and have a 30-second piece for CTV, fuck you. If I can't be given the grace for that, fuck you. And if you've never been a person that has had to vote for you because you another weirdo, accommodating, toxicity ass motherfucker, those are probably the very few people who in here talking about C. Shut up, you accommodating motherfucker, and do your work too. Don't worry about me.
No shade.
Do your motherfucking work, ho.
No shade. And I think somebody in the comment section, no shade, and I have to agree, unfortunately, I feel like the way that you've been treated, CTV, that's that church shit. That's that organized religion shit. And the whole thing about therapy, yes, that can be good if both parties are willing to do it. Why is it not on the 6th or the 7th breakdown? Now we have to go to therapy because you're afraid it might be the 8th or the final one? And then if we are going to therapy, what are we trying to uncover here? Because if everything you say about me is good and great, unless you're lying, unless there's some things that you feel that you haven't said to me, but if everything that I'm getting is just complete accolades, you just literally showed a screenshot of there's only 2 people I trust. And again, all this is being played out publicly. And I think another reason why therapy is a part of it is because I don't want to deal with the critique publicly. But that is what makes you a leader, is by dealing with it publicly. For those of you who have been rocking with CTV for a while, we've seen CTV go through a lot of turmoil. His own past situation with his ex-husband being turned into a fucking spectacle. Again, undead, thriller grave ass bitches, girl, who wear corpse makeup, girl, up here making lies about somebody being HIV positive, girl. When, allegedly speaking, you have to, all them damn high top collars you wear is to hide all the damn lesions that you have. And your goddamn neck looking like Trump's nutsack. And then, like Reckless said, I ain't gonna go all over it, but all the things that have been done to you publicly by your ops, but you've been the only one that was out here windmilling and windmilling and windmilling and windmilling. And I'm being told to wait. You're not asking for money. You're not asking for fame. You're not asking for clout.
I wish I was.
Well, you can get all that regardless. So
and that's why I ain't gotta ask for it.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't ask nothing from nobody that I already have. These are things I already have. I have my own money. I have my own cloud. I can get anybody I want on this motherfucking platform. Bitch, everybody fucking CTV, Storm in the Road, T.S. Madison, even Tasha K. bald-head ass came over. Like, bitch, I ain't had to go and meet everybody, show up on everybody, bitch. Everybody came to motherfucking CTV. Bitch, we know that CTV got it. Like, I ain't worried about none of that shit, bitch. I'm in this shit for real.
Yeah, and the only thing that you're
for real.
And the only thing that you were
I'm a real boy. I'm an actual boy, Damon. I want what humans want. That's what the mother hoes want. It's the clout, it's the coin, it's the that's what they chewing up. That's why they gotta fake apologize and do the performative foolishness. And that's why this water don't mix with that oil. Two different natures. And that's why I ain't gonna ever fuck with them hoes. Because, bitch, I know what type of time it is. And hoes continue to hoe. Hoes continue to show.
And that's where I was going to go with it. All you wanted was...
And that goes above to the shadow part of this. This is why I say, I know easily I would have been better off in this world. In general. Had I wanted all those things. If I was a shallow, low vibrational ass simpleton
who was narcissistic enough to never ever put myself aside, who only considered myself and didn't give a fuck about other motherfucking people and didn't have to, adhere to any particular social standard and just did what the fuck everybody else do who pussy popping through this fucking system. Like, bitch, I could have been over the moon because I got all of it, bitch. I got the looks. I got the charisma. I got the intellectualness. I got all the superpowers, bitch. I got it all. If I wanted to be a left-hand path and use that shit for the greater evil, bitch, I would be a weapon of mass destruction. A weapon of mass destruction.
But you've also would have been a weapon of mass destruction to yourself, which is why all the hoes that are doing that, they getting what they getting. Ain't there one bitch that gotta pay a rapper for the remainder of her motherfucking life being a messy ass bitch? But
Man,
because
God gave me everything that these motherfucking hoes be praying about, and that's why the devil got to be on my ass. That's why the devil constantly has to work through my loved ones. The devil got to work through my friends. The devil got to work through my lovers, because the devil know too. Hell no too. That's why my life going to be complicated. That's why the enemy going... See, this is the thing, because I think I told you this, Bubs.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing about me. The enemy knows I only got one kryptonite, and that's the people that I love.
Mm-hmm.
The people in my life are my 7th and 8th world wonders. I cherish people. I love them. Most of my external happiness is rooted in my relationships to other people. Because the enemy knows that my heart ain't nowhere else. My heart ain't in money. My heart ain't in fame. The enemy can't get to me no other way but through my loved ones. That's why my loved ones have to consistently end up in the op category. Because that's who he got to possess. That's what it has to possess in order to hurt me, in order to reduce me, in order to hinder me.
Mm-hmm.
It can't use this other shit because I don't want that other shit. My heart ain't in that other shit. The enemy is going to use what's in your heart. And that's people. Me and you went through this in real time. I said, Bubs, we about to go to the next level, my nigga. Baby, I'm telling you, hell about to be on us, bitch, because we about to go. We about to go there. And I know you heard me. And I know you got it. But my God, did it not play out how the fuck it played out? And I told you, the enemy knows when destinies are tethered. The enemy knows what the enemy sees about just as much landscape as God does when it comes to the future. The enemy has access to the future. The enemy has access to the fulfillment of the promise and the fulfillment of the potential.
Mm-hmm.
So the enemy is already 12 steps ahead of us when our destinies are all tethered together, because it sees the completion of that thing and then says, oh no, because if the completion of that thing is a hindrance to hell. Oh, but I got to come for you. I got to come for this. I got to break this up, bitch. I got to tear this up, girl.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it does. And so at this point, it's like I'm used to being assaulted in my personal life by the people that I love. And when somebody asked in the chat and said, CTV, so then why still be open? You know why? It's because I know that I wrestle not with flesh and blood, but with principalities and wickedness and brokenness and traumas and ignorances and egotisms that reside in high places.
Yeah.
I know that it's not the person, it's just the shit in them and with them. And we've all had shit. We've all had shadow work. Mm-hmm. We've all had to do shadow work to some degree, or some of us have done none of it at all.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what compels my hope for a better future, a better situation, a better version of a situation. It's because I know that it's not the person.
Right.
It's the stuff
in that person's wagon.
Yeah. The bag.
And if people are willing to do the work, who the fuck am I to say no to that work? Who am I to say no to a better version of a thing? Who am I to obstruct that while then also claiming, oh, light worker here, want all things to be well here, want things to be healthy here. But no, that's also why I'm willing to work, because I can't be a fucking hypocrite. I would have to put in work. Am I looking forward to that fucking work? No. No.
Nobody does. Shit.
Am I looking forward, bitch, to working on trust and rest? No. No, I'm not. Who the fuck would? My human brain says it didn't have to be this way to begin with. But the reality is, I said yes to the renewal. I said yes to the circle back. And I said yes to the therapy. And if manifested, I'm going to commit and do 100% of my part. And I'm committed to doing 100% of my part, period. There's nobody who should be afraid for me, baby. I'm awakened. And I've been awakened. I know why I've accommodated. I know why. Ain't no blind spots. Do I think that Larry is a bad person? No.
No.
But our friendship has been terrible the last 2 years. And he's taken responsibility for that. And because I don't think he's a bad person, I'm willing for this good person to do their work as it relates to their bad shit.
Correct.
Because there's a difference between how Iyanla says something. She says something to the extent of, oh, bad behavior doesn't mean bad person.
Right.
Bad behavior doesn't mean bad person. Right. Now, y'all all saying, oh, Larry is a narcissist and blah. Hey, that's for a therapist to figure out. I don't know what the fuck all of that is. Nobody knows what the fuck is and isn't going on. Larry and Shamako have been through therapy. They said that it did good for them. And I'm sure if they need to go again, bitch, they will. I'm willing to not assign a bad person label to a person that's had bad behavior.
Right.
And no matter what happens, what I know 100% to be the fact thereof is that CTV is going to be motherfucking good, bitch, because CTV is good, bitch. Good.
No shade.
CTV thrives, bitch. With or without. CTV going to be good. Always good. Good. Because when you're good, good is. My goodness isn't tethered to whether a relationship works out, whether a friendship works out, whether I'm connected to my family. I've been blessed despite not having none of that shit. Been amplified, been escalated. Girl, good is what I'm going to be a recipient of because I'm willing to be well to myself and I'm willing to be well to fucking others. And I'm willing to either work with or move aside anything that doesn't contribute to that. If better is an option. If not, I'm cool. We're going on yonder. Baby, I ain't never begged nobody to motherfucking be here. Everybody who here is here of their own choosing, bitch. Right. Ain't nobody got a begathon from me. Ain't nobody received a letter from me. Ain't nobody got a text from me. Ain't nobody got none of that from me, baby. Baby, everybody is here because they fucking want to be. I ain't had to put a gun to their head.
And I agree with what Jasmine said in the comments, which I think would probably be the smart thing. Before y'all go to therapy with each other, there needs to be separate therapy first. Because if you're saying we're going to go to therapy to get it fixed, but you're not prepared to deal with what's in the therapy, i.e. what's happening publicly now, what is therapy going to do? It'd be a waste of time. What are we going to the What are we going to the therapy for? It's not anything on CTV part, because if it was, because it's playing out publicly, other people will be able to clock it to where CTV will be like, again, okay, thank you for checking my blind spot. But it seems like we'll be going to therapy. I don't know if it'll be because Larry possibly needs someone outside the relationship that has the experience to help him understand on how to show you love. But you've been teaching him what it is that you wanted from him. So maybe again he needs to hear from somebody else besides you. I don't know what the case is, but all I'm saying is, Larry, if you really love CTV like you claim you do, all the accolades,
he's agreed, y'all. He's agreed. The man agreed. It was his idea. He the one who came to me about fucking therapy initially. I was like, no, we good. Are we good, bro?
I
understand. And then it came up in a fuller way the other night when we was on live. Like, bitch, do we need? Especially after we had got it. After we got into that thing, and I was kind of all triggered up because I'm clear. I'm clear that I'm in trouble in the friendship. Because I'm fragile. I'm hurt. I'm wounded, and I don't understand. And the understanding Larry has given me have not furthered any understanding. They have actually made shit worse. It's like the more I hear him explain shit, it just is equally bad. So, so I don't, I don't need therapy outside of the friendship because you don't see the part of me that is specifically broken in the relationship in Larry, because it doesn't bleed over to my friendship to you. It doesn't bleed over to my friendship to D-Rock. It doesn't bleed over to my friendship to Reckless. Right. It's specific to the relationship to Dr. Reid. Right. I'm so clear not to punish other people in my life because of what other people do.
Agreed.
And I don't like when people do that to me. When other people, like go through shit with a bunch of weirdos and then think you're going to come over here and I'm going to be the fucking recipient of all that shit you let happen. No, ma'am. Mm-hmm. So, I'm always clear to not do that to other people. The people that's been good to me, I don't give a fuck what I go through in any other motherfucking area. I'm never going to be unfair to them in that way because you don't deserve that. And you didn't put all this motherfucking work in to get to a place with me just for another motherfucker to be able to determine what you get from me and who you get from me as me. That's not fair to you.
Right.
For all of that, you might as well just be dragging me through the fucking mud like any fucking body else if your actions, it don't mean nothing. If what you've done doesn't mean anything. If who you've been to me don't mean shit. Mm-hmm. You might as well, you should have been treating me like shit too if how I treat you is just going to come down to how other motherfucking people have treated, me. So that's never going to take place. I'm never going to do that. But in order for me to exist in the friendship, like there would have to be some major therapy done. And I'm not ashamed about it. I mean, people look, he was in his Patreon last night. Oh yeah, like me and so-and-so, we done went through, it's like, that's kind of how easy I'm being about it all. Like, people go through shit. And yeah, it's been a lot. And if we can get through it, I'm sure we can get through it. I'm not ashamed about us having to work through it because I think on the other side, the union has also been legendary in its own right. And it has been something that people have, it's been something that's been good to people. There's people that have taken a lot of good from the union, have been inspired by the union, but like any fucking union, has it been perfect? No. Are we in trouble? Yes. And are we apparently going to try to fucking fix the shit? Sure. And if we can do that, fine.
I'm sure he don't want a 7-year friendship just shot to hell. I would not want to have a friendship of this magnitude that has this much depth and is this layered, and that has this many moving parts to be lost in the sauce. So we have agreed to make a grand attempt, and he is sure. He's pretty sure that he can. He said that on the phone. He said he can. He said he knows he's going to be able to learn. He knows it. To your point, I don't know. Maybe Larry does learn better when it comes from a further of a distance. Kind of like how parents always be like, bitch, how you let your friend tell you that? But I've been telling your ass that shit, and it don't mean nothing to you. It's because it's too close to home. And I don't know whether he, has trouble hearing up close. So it needs to hear from somebody who ain't invested. Because
can't you go to therapy on your own and talk to your therapist about that?
Well, he
and
can
work that out within your. I'm talking about for him within.
He's been in personal therapy too. Okay. He's been in personal therapy, but we are going to need joint therapy if we are going to have a friendship.
I agree with the whole look. Y'all going to therapy. I believe that I believe when you say y'all going to do that. It's just at the same time as the people in your life who are also hearing this and dealing with this. Of course, Reckless and myself is going to have a little bit of apprehension because there's been so many breakdowns. Why hasn't therapy been thrown in the beginning, especially if you know the magnitude of how this person consistently showed up for you? You were the same person that helped to get TD Jakes off of his back, if I'm not mistaken. So again, if somebody is doing something to better you, don't you think you would want to learn that other person's love language? But then you're always being put on the back burner. But it's interesting that now that I'm getting to a point to where I'm going to be good without you, and you know that, now you want to throw in therapy. Now again, you're giving him a chance, but I don't know. We don't know. So I guess we'll go with a hypothetical. What if the therapy happens and then shit don't work out? Then what happens?
It means that what's been happening is simply going to continue to happen. I am going to do always, especially at this point, what's in the best interest of me. Me and Larry have been breaking up socially for the past 2 years. Nope, and socially, because I know how your hoes are. We've been breaking up socially for 2 years. And I've been the one doing the breaking up. Like, I'm clear about my wellness. I'm not going to stay in anything that's not well for me. And if it don't work, it doesn't work. I mean, it's literally like just that simple. Life goes on. Like, if it don't work, it don't work. Like, what's supposed to happen if it don't work other than it just don't work? I mean, like, what's supposed to happen? What's supposed to happen if it don't work other than
I get that part, but then again, it's like when the patterns keep repeating. Now, I'm not saying anything with you, girl. You good? I ain't talking about you. You good? You good? You can't? You good? You good? That's what I'm talking about in reference to Larry, because he's the one that wants to go to therapy. He's the one that wants to, quote unquote, honor the value in the friendship. So you're already good. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about for Larry, since he's the one that wants to go with you to make the relationship work. If he's going to do that, then there has to be some sort of change. And
I mean, he knows that. But
okay,
I mean,
hold on.
He's signing up for change. He's signing up to make it better. He doesn't want me to be hurt.
Hold on.
What do y'all think he's doing?
Wait, hold on.
What do y'all think he's doing by agreeing to therapy, other than obviously putting himself in a position to do whatever it is that needs to be done differently? What else? I mean, like, why else? I mean, like, what the fuck do y'all think? What else could the motive be aside from doing better? Obviously, he expressed on the phone before we got up here. He said, "CTV, I don't want you to be hurt. I hate this. We do need therapy. I'm willing to listen.
This is also
I'm willing to commit. I'm willing to invest in the work, in the labor, in the whatever, in etc." And I said yes because I believe he has the capacity to do that. And if he doesn't, or if it just doesn't work out for whatever reason, it doesn't work. It just doesn't fucking work out. I mean, it just doesn't. I don't know. It seemed like y'all, like in y'all brain, it's like, oh, if it doesn't work out, it's like all of a sudden the movie supposed to just come to an end or some shit. Like, if it don't work out, the movie still movies.
No, it's the fact of,
Hasn't
again,
the movie been moving throughout the 2 years of breakups that's been happening? I done been viral. My channel has grown. A bitch is out here dressing like a supermodel, living my best. Like, what is supposed to happen aside from what does happen?
okay, but then again, hold on.
I'm going to live. I'm going to thrive because I already have a type of closure to begin with. Therapy is something that's being encouraged by the community. It's something that's being encouraged by close friends. It's something that he is open to. And if Larry thinks that this can make things better, I mean, and I don't have an issue accommodating that and putting myself in a position to help better happen, then I mean, that's just all that we're doing. But the movie is going to movie regardless. Do y'all understand? Do y'all accept that do y'all accept that there are relationships in y'all's lives that possibly could have been better? There have been relationships and situations that could have been better had somebody introduced something like therapy. It was never even given a chance in some of y'all cases.
I was just going to say,
Therapy
Conscious.
wasn't even thrown out there as even a thing at any point for anything to have happened. So I don't understand. Are y'all like opposing to therapy?
What I am saying.
Anybody else?
Huh? What?
And mind you, I've already said yes, so nothing that y'all say is going to change it. But if y'all need to express it, yes, because I don't have y'all up here to help me figure out anything, because I've already said yes, and I've already decided on what the decide is. But I don't understand what, like, y'all don't want to see a solution.
No. That's not what is being.
I'm gonna be the one to say it. No, I don't. I'm gonna say the reason why is because he roped you in 3 or 4 fucking times. You his ass to kiss, but then once he noticed that you're all either on your way out or you're like, man, fuck it. Guess what he does? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see it that way. Then he ropes you right. And then once you or him or both of y'all feel like, okay, we're getting on the right track, then he does the shit again. And then guess what happened? Then once you feel like you're almost out, he brings you right
and
back
guess what
in.
you're talking about? All things before therapy.
And
guess what you're all things before therapy. And guess what you're talking about? All things prior to. We already know what I've lived. We've already known what has been had. He's already spoken about it. I spoke. So we already know all the.
But you also opened up the space for the people in your community to speak about how they feel, and that's just what we're doing. I want to be able to finish what I was saying, because I'm not saying anything in reference to you. I know that you're going to therapy. There's nothing to talk you out of it. But I just hope that it works. But
I'm telling y'all what Larry told me.
Okay.
Larry
CTV, I want to be able to. I want to say my part. I want to say my point.
To change and do it fucking better. That's what he said.
I understand that, and you're going to do that. So the truth is going to come out regardless. We're just sharing our perspective because you're allowing us up here to do that. What I am saying on the outside looking in, based on the conversations, all the information, is that there has been, unfortunately, a lot of this, but not a lot of this. Now the therapy is going to give it an opportunity to go from this to doing this, which is what we want, because I believe that both you and Larry together, if it were to be more aligned, y'all would be a force to be reckoned with. So of course we want what's best for you, and you're gonna do what you do anyway. So whatever you're doing is that. But what I'm saying, and what I'm speaking to, who I'm speaking to, is Larry. He's saying he's going to do this. Then we are publicly speaking that if you're going to do this, there has to be another change, because based off of the patterns,
he clearly is deciding.
Based off of the patterns that we have seen, and yes, that's what he said he is going to do.
Right,
but hold on. But if things were how they were supposed to be, it wouldn't be the 7th or 8th time for that to happen. Now, not to your point, you guys are going. I'm not trying to talk you out of therapy. I'm not. If you know more, you are in the situation more than I am. So I can only go off what you tell me. I don't know Larry Reid personally, so I can't speak with finality about the situation. I'm just speaking about what's happening on the outside and what your Conscious crew has also seen as well. Yes, in our own lives, we have our own shit. There are breakups and stuff like that. But if I was in a relationship to somebody who kept hurting me and hurting me and hurting me and hurting me and telling me they're not going to hurt me anymore just to hurt me in another different way, eventually, if I'm doing that, you would call me a dumb bitch.
But I think that the difference is Larry can't even hurt me in the way that I have been hurt because I'm the one that's came to a conclusion. I'm the one that has came to. Now, he doesn't agree with that conclusion. He doesn't agree with what I now believe. But because of what I believe, that's why I've been able to break up about and go on about my life. And if therapy just simply doesn't work, y'all, it just simply doesn't work. Even a Michelle A says the concern is that you may find out why he is how he is and he will not. But guess what happens if you don't change? The same thing that happened over the last 2 years, baby, I'm gone. I mean, like, it's like, I mean, I like y'all are kind of, you know, dramatizing it as if as y'all, as you reckless bubs, y'all are like are also forgetting that I'm walking my walk and talking my talk. I mean, Bubs just said, or you just said, oh, like, because now I'm seen as somebody capable of choosing me. Now there's a rush. Exactly. Remember that. Remember that I'm choosing me. That's just the part I want y'all to keep in your minds. CTV has been, will be choosing me. That's what I'm in the practice of, and that's why we
understand that.
Here,
we understand that.
Really sound like it.
We understand that you're going to choose you because regardless of what you do, you're going to move forward. But at the same time, you're the one that also say that you don't want to grieve. You don't want to have to go through this stuff. You know, the process of what's happening and the fact that, again, there were times
but clearly
when
if I'm saying yes, but clearly if I'm saying yes, I am.
Okay.
I mean, because who stays in a situation where there's a possibility to change and then willfully doesn't change, but yet think that shit gonna change? Like, I know I gotta change too in order for shit to change. And even though I did not create the bullshit of the situation, we got a bullshit of a situation. And do I love Larry enough to be willing to go to therapy? Sure. I would be willing to go to therapy with my family if them raggedy assholes were interested. I mean, you know, like, I mean, if there's, I said this the other night. I said, when I was speaking about America, and I was saying, I'm not going to emote for the hell of emoting. That there's going to have to be, if you can introduce a substantive solution, I'm for that. Other than that, I ain't got nothing for you. That's how I feel about all of this stuff. Whether it's my family, whether it's Larry, whether it's whatever, is I'm okay. I'm going to be okay. But if we're going to be in it, something definitely has to change. And if things don't change, I got to go be okay, because that's what I'm committed to regardless. Is being okay. If this is a way to be okay, then okay it is. If it doesn't work, because my commitment is okay, I'm still going to be okay, because okay is my priority. And what therapy really helps you to do is for y'all both to get to y'all okayness so that y'all can be the recipient. It doesn't fix y'all first and then hope for okay. Okayness is the priority. And then the trickle down is everything else, as the idea go. When you're better for you, you're better for other people. So I'm going to be addressing my shit. He's going to be addressing his shit. And we're going to see where it goes. And if it doesn't go anywhere, we know where the fuck I'm going to go, which is where I've been going. To the fucking door. Where's my purse? Where's my bag? Where's my coat? To the door. Simple. Simple.
And may I say,
and if that happens, close the door and don't open it again.
Therapy is the only again. Yeah, because it is the only thing that at this point is that has the power, that has the resource, that provides the structure for adequate shift of consciousness, perspective, and change. So for me, therapy is like the final Mohican, like if we can't do nothing with therapy, then bitch, like it's really just like the season over. I mean, the season over. The season fucking over. And I'm clear. And I have closure. I had closure before Larry even came back.
Yeah, I was about to say I commend you for being open to therapy.
Thank you,
because I know your mindset. I 100% understand your mindset. You are because you're already detached, like you just said. You're already detached from it. I knew that a while back. You had already your whole mindset is you're all about what do they call it? Can't think of the word, but elevating, like going to another level spiritually. So that's how you're looking at it. Like you're seeing this as a growth opportunity for you, even though you're not seeing it as something is wrong with you. You're seeing it as this is just another way for me to, go higher in your consciousness. And you kind of, in a way, for lack of a better term, using this situation as a way to do that. And I also think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea for friends to. I've never even thought about it myself, but for friends to go to therapy together.
Imagine had me and Bubs had went to therapy. Imagine had me and Reckless had went to therapy. Imagine had we been to therapy instead. We just dealt the best way we knew how with our adversities. But imagine if we had to entertain therapy. I mean, we made it to the other side regardless.
Right.
So, I mean.
To the other side, yes.
Yeah.
The other side.
Yeah.
He got to get to the other side. We made it to the other side.
And I get y'all perspectives too. I get Logic and Bub's perspectives as well. My only thing, because one of my thoughts, see, I can look at both sides. Because one of my thoughts is, okay, to me it seems he's been just completely like just non-caring in the friendship, like don't care. So it's like, how do you go from that to all of a sudden let's get therapy? Like that was my thought. But at the same time, I have to say that I can't do nothing but respect the fact that he asked, to go to therapy, for the friendship. So I mean, so I can see both sides. I mean, I can respect him for even wanting to go that route. So
understandable, definitely understandable.
I want to put something into perspective too. But I know that yes, Reckless. Yes.
I love the idea of going to therapy. Sure. I just feel like to give it to a motherfucker who deserves it. I'll be honest.
Yeah, but who gets it? But who gets to decide? But who gets? Hold on. But who gets to decide that? But me. Who gets to decide that?
Okay, but I'm gonna get into that. The reason why I said, because I was sitting back and I was thinking about it. The reason why I said we was like when you said the whole thing about, oh, if he wants to get better and all this other stuff, and then I'm gonna help and accommodate. And I'm gonna be honest with you, because I'm your tribe and I don't know the nigga. You do. But I'm your tribe. The same way his people got his back, I got yours.
Of course, yes.
Don't come in,
and that's why y'all here to have my motherfucking back. Even when I don't want to hear what the fuck y'all.
Come in a motherfucking thing.
Is this what's happening? You want to hear what we gotta say? Is this what's happening?
I mean, I ain't gonna say that I'm interested in hearing every damn thing, but I'm enduring it.
You're doing it.
Because that's what's fair.
You're doing it.
I ain't gonna say I'm a fan of everything y'all motherfucking saying, but bitch, I mean, I'm gonna endure it because I mean that's what the fuck y'all here to do. I mean, and this is what community is. But I'm also clear about the fact that my friendship with Larry is my friendship to Larry, and I've said yes, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do regardless.
Yes, agree.
But but I am letting y'all be while simultaneously allowing y'all to be community because I mean y'all community. It is what it is.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, so like that whole thing.
Because let's be very clear, bitch. You motherfucking hoes done been with motherfucking in situations, bitch, that I was definitely like, where?
And now we in our weird era.
And bitch was over there being
welcome to the club.
And bitch was over there being a full-blown Keisha Cole. Sent from heaven.
Girl, no shade.
This
You're right.
bitch on the phone was about to dumpster dive into the motherfucking pool and drown herself, bitch, because she's so goddamn far gone in a situation.
Girl, I was gonna take myself in 2018, so I can't. Hey,
If but if you are the other friend on the other side, then you need to be the one to the motherfucker know. Let that nigga fuck accommodate.
And what was I doing? And that's why I ain't mad at y'all. That's why I'm letting y'all do what y'all do, because that's why I'm letting y'all do what y'all do, because this is what y'all supposed to be doing.
Right. Yes. And so that means is no, it just all that. I'm sorry that wording right there. I'm sorry. I love you, but I'm gonna help and comment. Don't help him do a motherfucking thing. If he wants
But
to get
okay, hold on. So let me
you
reframe.
got
Hold on.
more
So let me
like
reframe. Hold on, because I'm being sarcastic when I say accommodate. We know in actuality it's not accommodation, because I'm literally, it's therapy. So
Yeah.
I am not just accommodating him, because I'm also saying yes to the do-over. And the do-over with an opportunity to really be better via
Right.
the integration of therapy into the situation, which is unique to this particular do-over, unlike all the other do-overs. And yeah, we can sit here and say logistically, oh, but why somebody didn't introduce blah, blah, blah. I mean, y'all can also say, bitch, why you ain't introduce it? I mean, why I ain't introduce a fucking therapy in 2023, in 2020? I mean, I just didn't. I mean, it's real life. Like, it doesn't work mechanically like that. Like, it's just, you come to awarenesses. And I think also in me and Larry's communication, because I have been able to express also at a level of depth about the way I've been injured, it has also made him realize, oh God, okay, like, yo, bitch, we gonna have to do therapy for sure. Because, you know I ain't been always on it, but I also was completely ignorant and unclear about the depth of the way you have experienced me, the way you have emotionally experienced me. And I think all of that layering, nuanced, transparent conversation from my end is what aroused, the obvious, which is therapy. And it is the only solution that makes sense when you become aware that injuries are deep, and that the pain is deep, and that the sense of betrayal is deep. And what else can a person say other than, I'm willing to fix this, and I'm willing to go to therapy because you mean that much to me? And that was the sentiment. I love you, and I love him. And no, our friendship has not been perfect. And we have been in breakdown for 2 years. And therapy is now put on the floor. And we can either do it or don't do it. And he said yes to it. I've said yes to it. And
no, we can do it, buddy. We already know that.
And that's why I was okay. I'm cool with it, because that's how I was looking at it. It's like, it's something that's good for you too. I know that's how you're looking at it, Conscious. That it would be a good experience for you. So
look,
I'm not.
And it has the potential, yeah, because it's going to first and foremost be a good experience for me, to your point, D-Rock. And it also has the potential to be a good experience for the friendship too.
Right, exactly.
Like,
right.
We are trying to do it differently, and all we can do is is come up with solutions that can potentially create a better day. And I have already said, yes, like, me and Larry have been through a lot together. We have traveled a lot together. And there's also this misunderstanding, bitch, about this whole thing, like, I think somebody said in the chat, like, CTV, I've always known you was a good friend to Larry, but I never felt like Larry was a good friend to you, and it used to make me feel cringy windmilling, like, to see you windmilling. I know for the public, that's the only way that the public can see it, is like a windmilling for Larry. I windmill for the facts. So it just so happens that the facts were in support of Larry. CTV don't windmill for nobody blindly. So what y'all calling just like windmilling, don't act like what I did not windmill with was an HIV negative test for Dr. Reid, when people were out here saying he was HIV positive and spreading that shit to niggas. Right. I windmill with several of his test results. When y'all just say windmilling and y'all don't layer it and nuance it and just act like it's just windmilling for the sake of it ain't, baby. I'm a truth teller and a fact finder. Right. So don't act like y'all didn't see them goddamn compilations, girl, when old boy was accusing him And baby, he was contradicting himself all over the place and giving 3 different ages and all of this and all of that, and then ultimately got sued, and Larry won in favor of his lawsuit against his accuser. That wasn't like windmilling for the hell of it. Like, I windmilled with facts. That's what I do. I done did it for Storm Monroe. I done did it for T.S. Madison. I done did it for Dr. Reid. I done did it for Megan Thee Stallion. Baby, I mean, like, I'm a fact finder. People just kept letting that kind of fall away because they knew it was a friendship there too. But they kept forgetting I was still doing my job as a commentator and still operating within journalistic integrity as a commentator. Those commentators just happened to be to be in favor of Claudia Jordan. Like, they just happened that Larry and I had a friendship, but I was still doing all the same things that I would do in any controversy, in any situation, bitch, where we get to the bottom, bitch. We listen, we pile through, we dissect, we pull the facts, the receipts, the court, bitch, we get in it. We do the autopsy. And I wasn't willing to keep getting out here defending that, because it's just like, at the end of the day, bitch, say what you want to say. The facts are laying right there for you too. Once you get done acting like I'm blindly windmilling or that blah, 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 bitch, go read that dog pile of facts that I was windmilling on behalf of. Don't forget the facts.
Correct.
Don't forget the black and white.
And it was also a fact that you, were windmilling. Well, you do, again, you CTV, you gonna do that regardless. I mean, the theme song explains it perfectly. But again, like, just like how you're windmilling for the facts, your facts should have been windmilled for. And I get it. Again, we're going to therapy, and I get it. We're going to therapy. That's the next installment of what's to come. But we also, like you said, speaking about things that we've seen, now that you're sharing your part and your perspective of it, we're sharing our part and our perspective of it as well. It's just, girl, no shade. Me and Reckless and other people, we hope that it worked, but the bar is not that high. The bar is not, just to be honest, the bar is not that high. It's not that high. It's not that high. And my commentary is not for you, CTV, because girl, I learned from you. So how girl, what? But I'm talking about for Larry. Yes, Larry has said he's going to do this, but there's been also instances where he has also said, I know I did wrong. I know I made a mistake. I know I messed up. I know I did this. Okay, there has to be a change. The change is coming. The change is coming, or at least it's coming. We're just speaking about what it is that we've seen. We finally got a chance to be able to speak on it. And to your point, I don't think Larry. I don't think that Larry is a bad person at all. I don't know him personally to judge his character. I'm not going to sit up here and say that I judge his character. The only thing that I can speak on is how my friend was affected by that. Because like you said, we all are affected by as far as what has happened to you and what it is that you deserve. Now, this is the last hoorah. We got our fingers crossed. You going to do what you going to do. Conscious crew, we going to see what's going to happen. If it works, that's amazing. Because again, like I said, I would love to be able to see you on his platform. I would love for y'all to be able to do more work and stuff like that. And like you said, if it don't work out, you're going to be good. I understand. I accept, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, that you are going to move on regardless. I'm not doubting that. I'm not saying that you fucked up, can't move, girl. We know you're going to move on. My commentary is for Larry. And yes, if you're saying this, it's just like if I'm going to do something, you're going to remind me of it. Be like, girl, okay, you said you were going to do this. Like when I started my own journey, you said, girl, once you start, you cannot go back.
Do y'all think that y'all are kind of like talking him into something that he's already decided to do? Because if he ain't gonna do it, then he ain't gonna do it. No shade. There are people who said that they're going to get married and then get cold feet on wedding day. So we don't know what's going to happen. If it's all these are words. No, we do know. But that's why I keep having to reiterate what I'm saying to y'all and what I'm saying to the Conscious crew is that we do know what's happening. I'm going to be O-fucking-K. I'm trying to figure out. No, y'all don't, because
so what do you think we don't hear? What am I missing?
And then say I don't know what's, and then say I don't know what's going to happen. Like what's going to happen is what's been happening.
I know. I get what you're
If
saying
I'm
about
going to be the badass bitch that I've been being
He's
since
going to put you on through.
now, while we've been in breakdown, when we got back socially together, and like it don't, nothing is gonna change the pep in my motherfucking step.
So what am I saying or reckless saying that makes
Because
it
I think
seem
that
like we're doubting
look,
you moving forward?
it's not even a doubt. Like, I get it. Y'all have emoted. Y'all basically are saying y'all don't have no faith in. I mean, a lot of the Conscious crew don't have no faith in it getting better. That's fine. I accept that, and I still said yes, and he still said yes, and we're just going to see what the fuck happens. And either y'all gonna be right or he gonna be right. Either y'all gonna be right or we gonna be right. Like, that's all that's gonna happen. Like,
no shade. I mean,
somebody just is gonna end up right. Like, and that's all. Either y'all gonna be right or we gonna be right. And I'm not in it to force or right or wrong. I'm here to do my work. I'm not worried about whether people think it's gonna work. I'm not worried about whether whether people think Larry is a narcissist. I said yes. I'm going in this to repair a friendship that I do genuinely love, and what I'm doing for Larry, I've done for y'all. Y'all all have attested that we've been through shit. Y'all all attest. Hell, some of us are on our second and third, fourth run up here. So, like, shit happens and shit falls apart and shit comes together and people fix it. And depending on what the situation is, sometimes it needs a little extra fixing. And in this case, some extra fixing is needed. And that's why therapy is being presented. And shit happens. And just like I accommodated all of y'all in our friendships, and y'all accommodated me in this friendship, he's accommodating me, I'm accommodating him. Because none of us up here, y'all all have already attested. Y'all opened up y'all liners with, me and CTV and always, and we ain't talked for a year, and so no relationship up here is perfect. No friendship up here is perfect. No friendship up here got it right the first time. No friendship up here was perfect and smooth sailing, from start. It wasn't that. It all had to be grown, evolved, transformed, intentionally cultivated. All of that had to go into it.
Correct. And both people have got to want to do it and actually do the work outside of therapy too. And we're all I'm look, girl. All I'm saying is that I guess at this point we just gonna see. I'm not talking nobody out of therapy or nothing of the sort. I'm just saying based off of the patterns that we've seen. It's just like, girl,
we ain't
I
never
don't know,
seen
but
therapy.
we gonna see.
We ain't never seen therapy.
And someone in the comments, I saw the comment that someone said they went to therapy with their friend just like they went with their husband, and they were saying that it improved both relationships. And
it's commitment.
It's commitment. And there have been like there have been some of my family members who I wanted to go to therapy with, but they weren't even open. They weren't even open to therapy, and it's like, yeah. So the fact that both of y'all are open is good.
I want y'all to see how discombobulated people are. MD Jelky just said y'all was just on live talking with each other the other day, talking, and I don't know what this word is. Now y'all fell out. We were online talking about needing therapy. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? We were online talking about needing therapy. Like, what are you? What? Look, I can't deal with that. Chris says on the screen, McCray says, "Run me my coin." Okay, is that wrong? Yes, but many people do that. People do it, but that's why William McCray is somebody that has no power and authority, and ultimately people just watch so they can laugh at it rather than with it, because there's no redeeming quality. Like, I don't know what you're trying to say, Chris. Yes, you can't trust somebody who takes money over the truth. Truth has to be prioritized, not a coin. When people are being paid and money is their priority, it means that people are willing to lie. People are willing to steal. People are willing to redact. People are willing to retract. People are willing to do all of that. And let's also be clear. People talking about, you win millions for Larry and now you in break. Excuse me. I'm somebody who also checks Larry about other relationships, including the one with Bishop Bernard Jordan. I have consistently stated that I do not agree with the way that Larry left that relationship, even though I agree he had the right to leave it.
but I don't agree with the way he left it.
Hmm.
I don't like, I'm not an ass kisser. I'm not no like yes man ass nigga. And the same standards that I hold and expect from a motherfucker to me, I expect too, as it relates to their behavior on other people. I don't watch a person do somebody wrong, but as long as they're doing me right, I'm good. No, motherfucker, you wrong. You wrong. You could have did better. You should have did better. You should have put like, I give all that. Bitch, I don't know who the fuck y'all think I am, baby. But once again, these are the things y'all consistently see out of me. And then we'll still say contextually flawed things in the chat. And I don't get it. Because y'all literally see it in real time. Y'all see the arguments in real time. Y'all see the fussing in real time. Y'all see the healthy confrontations in real time. Y'all see the unhealthy confrontations in real time. Y'all see it. And then we'll still say contextually flawed shit.
So, Conscious, I love that you said that. Repeat that last part again, that people will see the shit in real time and then say false contextually shit. Because, bitch, that's what the fuck. That's the reason why me and Bubs over here looking at goddamn Larry wrong. Yes, you are right.
But nobody is disagreeing with y'all. I'm the one saying that I have experienced wrong. I don't disagree with that. I don't. It's the conversation around therapy, and I mean I don't know what all of that is, but I get that the bottom line is y'all. I get that the bottom line is y'all being also a part of the Conscious crew. There's a big chunk of the Conscious crew that just don't believe it, and they ain't gonna believe it until they see it, and that's fine. And that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna just see it, and it either will be fine or it's gonna be fine, because it's gonna be fine no matter what. It's either gonna be fine or it's gonna be fine, because ain't nothing but finest as far as I'm concerned on the other side. Because I'm gonna be fine. I'm fine.
Right. Agreed.
It's okay if people don't believe it. Like I said, there are people that are part of his community that he talks to about our business, talks to about our friendship, and some of them don't like me. Some of the Conscious crew don't like him. People leave me comments all the time on my channel. CTV, can I love you and not like him? Sure, you can do what the fuck you want to do. Ain't nobody putting a gun to nobody's head to make nobody like nobody. Like, if you don't like somebody, you don't like somebody. If you think they janky, they fucking janky. Like, I'm not going to ever base my motherfucking experience off of somebody else's shit. Because I'm clear about why I'm in some shit and why I'm not in some shit. Why I'm trying and why I'm not motherfucking trying. Why I fuck with somebody and why I don't fuck with nobody. The first 5 years of our friendship was great, but I also know that was partially due to me being okay with it centering Larry, because I just didn't really have a lot of needs, and it was fine the way that it was for 5 years. And then when there came opportunity for friendship, for him to show up as a friend, he was dropping the ball. And then confronting that wasn't leading nowhere. And then, hell, we've been breaking up since. And now therapy has been introduced. And I think somebody asked me too, like, how is it, how many therapy sessions? I don't know. It's therapy. It's no like, oh, well, yeah, like I'm expecting to be free in one session. Hell no. Like, I don't know. I'm just willing to go. I don't know how long it will take. I'm not thinking about whether it's going to be 3 sessions, several sessions, 13 sessions, 20 sessions. All I know is that I'm just simply saying fucking yes. And if we get in there and it seems to produce some sound fruit, I'm willing to stick with it until it does what the fuck it need to do. Long as it bears fruit. Right. So and we don't know if it's gonna bear fruit until we do it. Correct. And I'm willing to do that. If it bears fruit, I don't give a fuck how many sessions it take. Baby, the friendship may need a lifelong damn therapist in the middle of it. He got Aquarius shit going on. I got Scorpion shit going on. The shit may require a damn in-home therapist for the damn friendship. Shit.
And it's on his dime. Okay.
They both going to therapy. Our standards are low. His standards, he just here. So we just gonna see.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. Josh who says, CTV, just be mindful, aware, and realistic of what your personal objective is with the scenario. I keep telling y'all, my personal objective is me. My personal objective is me. I mean, like, what's supposed to be the personal objective? I don't have no expectation. I'm not up here I'm not up here at any point said that it's going to work. I don't know what the fuck therapy is about to do. For all I know, it could help us conclude that we need to say goodbye. I don't know. I don't have no expectation. And that's what they tell you to do when it comes to therapy. Just say yes and put yourself in a position to have the honest conversation and to consider the feedback of each other and the professional. And if shit makes sense and resonates, you follow that out. Whatever that, sometimes that resonance leads to goodbye. Sometimes it leads to the next 40 plus amazing motherfucking years of a situation. So, I mean, I don't have no expectation in that sense. I'm just saying yes. And I just know I'm saying yes to something that can be productive. So we're going to see. We're going to see. That's all. I mean, that's it. Ain't no expectation. I'm not going in this shit like, oh yeah, a therapist about to fix this shit up, baby. I'm not even going into this shit like, oh, a therapist is gonna fucking be on Larry's ass. I'm going in it knowing that this bitch about to Iyanla me, and she gonna be holding me accountable for my shit, holding me accountable for my triggers, challenging me the whole nine. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm a healer, so I know what this about to look like for me. That's why I say I ain't looking forward to the shit, bitch, because I know this is not me going in and Larry just gonna be wrong, and CTV just gonna have no responsibility, and Larry just gonna be the only one transforming. Because I'm saying yes to the friendship, that means I gotta transform with his ass. I gotta transform out of the trauma version of me, and he gotta transform out of the traumatized version of himself. Agreed. We both gonna have to transform. So I'm not even going into this shit with some type of spotlight on his ass. Like, it's gonna be focused on me. His work gonna be focused on him. And then if we're both are committing to the self-work, that's going to create whatever the middle ground can be. I don't have no expectations outside of that. I'm not expecting therapy to save it. I'm not expecting therapy to destroy it. I'm just saying yes to a utility that can help in creating the healthiest attitude about this thing, whether it is goodbye or a new hello. How you doing, friend? How you doing, friend? It's been a lot. It's been a lot. You ready to create some new shit? Sure. You ready? Sure. Or, friend, it's been nice knowing you. I wish you well. I'm ready for both of those realities. I'm not in resistance to either one. I am open. I'm open.
It's the best way to be.
The good thing about me being a healer is that this is what I do. So I know how to go into this shit. I know how to prompt myself with this shit. And if I'm saying yes, then I'm saying yes. I'm not gonna waste my fucking time in there. Like, I'm here. I'm gonna make the best of what's provided.
You're not overly invested. You're just open-minded.
Yeah, like I'm just open. I'm just saying yes. I don't have no hyper expectations because, like I said, I was already in a. I already had closure before we even made up this last time. That's why I was telling Shamako, like, I don't like you don't tell Larry that we spoke because, like, I know how Larry is, and Larry did exactly what the fuck he does. He went and hit me up, and I was just like, nigga, didn't I tell you? But Shamako being who he is, and Shamako knowing and under the belief that he knows both of our hearts for each other, he went and told, and now we here, and therapy has been introduced, and that's a good thing.
So Shamako is really to blame.
He is, but the positive thing about it is that if it works out, he'll be able to take credit too. So, yeah, he's in a situation where it can go either way. At this motherfucking point, it can go either motherfucking way. But I am here to tell y'all that I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the Conscious crew. I appreciate my friends who also are Conscious crew members. I appreciate my community. I appreciate and yeah, I'm in an era
of just, I'm open. I ain't ashamed about shit. I'm willing to do my work. I'm willing to live my life. I'm willing to do whatever needs to be done for whatever needs to be done for. And I'm kind of, I think it's something kind of cool about two black ass men being very transparent about breakdown and a conversation centering love, centering camaraderie, centering brokenness, centering trauma. And hell, if therapy happens, like Larry says, then I hope that we can document some of this shit and talk about some of this shit and let it be an example of what the work looks like and let people watch it in real time, because we don't have enough black men openly demonstrated and even having heart-centered conversation. Black men typically don't even end up in this level of fucking breakdown because like niggas' hearts ain't even that fucking open to even be like to even for it even be that deep to begin with. So the fact that this situation is deep enough for that, I think that is unique. I think there's potential for content in the recovery and in the journey of therapy between us. We both are very educated, intellectual people, and we both are in the business of healing work. And I think that there's no two better people who can create content around this that can be meaningful to the public, and then for us to be finding ourselves directly in a situation like this. I mean, yeah, I'm here for it, but I'm here definitely to do my work and to be happy. And I love Larry, and I would like our friendship to be where it is supposed to be. And I'm okay with saying yes. And I mean, that's it. Does anybody have any questions? That's all you need to say, CTV. No more explanation needed. We appreciate you and stand until. I appreciate that, Josh. It's going to work regardless. Either way, that's what I'm saying, Kimmy. Either way, baby. Baby, it's either going to be all right or it's either going to be all right. I mean, that's it. That's all. Right. And y'all have every right to believe that it's not. Like, y'all have every reason to believe that it is going to work out. Y'all have every reason to believe whatever it is y'all believe, because this friendship played out very publicly, and people have opinions and been having opinions, and his community has an opinion and my community have an opinion, and not everybody shares the same opinion. But the difference between me and Larry is that how I've treated him ain't never been informed by nobody else. Larry has not been able to have community without it also influencing him. I can have this talk with y'all. I can face off with all y'all shit. That shit ain't gonna change what I'm gonna do.
Right. You need to.
Right. Yeah, right. If only it was that type of a world reckless. And look, if it did, it would be because I genuinely agree. Yeah, but it's like I'm not going to appease because it's not this, like, there ain't no bleed over. Like, my friendship to you is my friendship to you. My friendship to Buzz is my friendship to Buzz. My friendship to D-Rock is my friendship to D-Rock. And I'm okay with people having an opinion. But yes, I'm gonna do what I want to do. And
it kind of makes sense as to why Larry and them got upset when you started discussing it, because I guess they don't see it from that perspective. That
you know why? It's because Larry probably thought I'm like him in that regard. He probably thought maybe some niggas get the sound in the fuck off, bitch. No, it's not. It's not, baby. The niggas done sounded off. All the Conscious crew been sounding off, and I still been saying yes. I still been saying yes. And now Larry's saying yes to a better way. So we're going to entertain a better way. See, I can do this. Yeah. The general public does not inform a motherfucking thing I do. Not a hair on my head, a baby hair that's laid, a contact, or no contact, no nothing. I don't do shit for social media. I do what the fuck I want to do.
Correct.
I'm in my situations for me. Correct. People can have a say so about that, but nobody from me is given authority. Right.
to actually make decisions on my behalf about someone else. So that's why I'm capable of having these conversations. I'm capable of facing off with the and yeah, still say yes. Are y'all okay? Mm-hmm. No, I'm just being sarcastic. I didn't really ask a real question, but yeah. But I appreciate y'all because, like I said, y'all are the resistance. Y'all are here to ensure that y'all precious CTV baby is good, is well. Y'all shouldn't like a motherfucker who y'all feel and believe is harmful to me. Y'all shouldn't be talking me into running into the damn punches. Y'all shouldn't be doing what the fuck y'all supposed to be doing because of what y'all have seen, because of what y'all are aware of. I would be angry at y'all if y'all were just like, girl, who cares?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So no, like I get it, but y'all also know me enough to know, bitch. Baby, y'all already know what type of time I'm on. Like,
right.
Y'all already know, baby. Ain't nobody playing with me. Nobody playing with me.
Right.
And I always say this to the Conscious crew. I'm not willing to go through a bunch of bullshit with an acquaintance, with an associate, etc. The people that I love, I'm willing to endure some shit. I'm willing to go through some shit because those are the qualities of love. And that's real for me. And love is not fickle and logistical and mechanical. It's compassionate, it's patient, it's forgiving. It has the capacity to forgive some of the worst shit, some of the worst offenses. And people have demonstrated a capacity to change their lives to the extreme. Whores have become teachers and educators. Crackheads have become politicians, even if they're still doing crack a little bit behind the desk. But unless criminals and thieves and murderers have become pastors
and presidents.
People demonstrate every day the capacity to change their shit and take their shit from 0 to 100. Every day, people demonstrate that. Every day.
True.
Bubs, Jasmine said you have a nice smile.
Thank you.
Now, this is the Q&A because I haven't really been looking at the chat, but y'all now can ask any question before we get the fuck up out of here. Any question that y'all want to ask it, because I ain't been looking at the chat, so I haven't seen every statement. I ain't seen everything. I've been focused on me and my panelists.
And girl, you know I love your ass because I was supposed to be out door dashing. I love you, girl.
Not been just saying Larry is in love with me, and this is why he died. So y'all saying, girl, it's giving schoolyard bully, girl. Larry can't tell me how he really feels. D-Rock, your device is, for some reason, it got disconnected. He might have received the call. But I can see you in the background, but it says device isn't connected. His hoodie says currently creating Black history.
Yes, currently, yes. Black is love. And I think D-Rock went to go get some therapy for his cellular device.
Oh, he did? Because it was on?
No, I think he went to go get some therapy for his cellular
device.
He'll be back.
Everybody is going to have an opinion regardless in the end. All that matters is what you want to do. It's not about us. It's about you.
That part.
Okay, he back. Yes, I agree with CTV. Make your own beat. I love how we can respectfully disagree in our tribe. Absolutely. That's the beautiful thing about the Conscious crew, baby. Today I be this. After destroying this, tomorrow I became that thing. Chris, baby. Dang, I want Fruity Pebbles. That's all you need to say. Let me see. If y'all have any questions, baby, this is the time to sound off, girl. And let me tell y'all, honey, I know that's girl. Some of y'all thinking that this is about whatever y'all think it's about. Baby.
Why she hollering up there?
I done gave y'all, me and Larry both gave y'all the 411, and that's what it's about. And look, there are people who said the same thing about Jives. Jives ain't really your friend. Jives is just maybe like the public done been the public on all my relationships, all my friendships. There's been vast differing varying narratives. I've gone through it with Jives. I've gone through it with Larry. And then there are people that y'all saw me associated with earlier on in my YouTube journey. And the reason why there's not going to be no double backing is because I didn't get the chance to evolve from like to loving them hoes. So when they showed me who they was while I was still in like, that's all I needed, baby. To not have to double back. Because once again, I'm only willing to go through it and to put in work and to evolve and all that kind of shit if it's love. I'm not willing to do that for an acquaintance. I ain't willing to do that for a YouTube ship and none of that kind of shit, bitch. If the love is shallow and you jump out that motherfucking window and you show me who the fuck you is, bitch, bye. Bitch, bye. Ain't gonna be no kumbaya, bitch. We ain't working through nothing. Ain't no conversation, ain't no none of that. I'm good on that. I want to ask, when did you realize you and Larry had problems? It was like I told y'all. It was when the Tasha K shit happened, when he gave my shit to Tasha K. But then, and then after that, it just, for some reason, after that, it just snowballed. After that, I don't know why it snowballed after that, but it just snowballed. And there just kept coming situations that just kept coming. But like after that, that was when the breakdown happened, child. And it just kept on breaking down from there.
Will said there was a lot of retrogrades, bitch. So, bitch, it forced everything about retrogrades, baby.
I mean, yeah, it's retrogrades. And retrogrades only going to amplify, like, what the fuck? Well, I didn't want to drop the link because, like, really the panel was only for, like, you know, like my actual friends who also happen to be all content creators. And they Conscious crew members. And they done had opinions like everybody else here. But, yeah, I really wasn't, like, you know, just letting it all. But I think that we're complete. I feel complete. And I feel relieved. I never had a chance to talk about my experience. I never gave myself permission to talk about my experience. And there's still lots of that experience that is not appropriate for YouTube. It's not appropriate for the public. And it may be something that don't even show up in therapy. I don't know. I'm gonna fucking see. But I'm in a new space and I'm gonna do what's best for me. And since everybody like the motherfucking talk, I'm gonna talk too. Since everybody else wanna fucking be transparent, I'm gonna be transparent too. Since everybody wanna talk to their motherfucking community, I'm gonna talk to my motherfucking community too. Because I already done told everybody, including Larry, baby, I'm matching all energy. All energy, baby. So whatever you like, I'm gonna like more. Whatever you like, I'm gonna like more. Then that go for everybody. CTV is no longer going to higher ground, baby. Whatever is on is whatever is on. So you just better hope what you demonstrate is something you can eat. Because I'm going to make sure to feed you that same shit on the plate, baby, for dinner. We're going to be eating the same things for dinner.
No, you're living in a mirror dimension.
I am. I'm in my mirror era. And this is making me happier. Because what was really annoying me and frustrating me was the over accommodation. It was, oh, you can do this, but I can't. It was like, oh, I'm not okay with that, but you okay with that. It was all of that. Now that I am matching energy so that I don't have to exhaust myself or exert myself and that I'm giving people what they're giving me, because he just described that he's in a situation with another content creator where he done had to pull back. And he given was given to him. I'm doing the same across the board. I've been in that space. And yeah, people don't like it, but that's also a part of the learning. Like, oh shit, bitch, I've been okay with doing I've been okay with doing shit to people that I ain't okay with doing to me. It don't feel good when it's my ass on the other side. It don't feel motherfucking well when it's me being the fucking recipient. It don't feel when I don't gotta say so, when nobody cares, when it seems apathetic, when it seems that you don't. That's all part of the learning. Part of the learning. So yeah, we're gonna be mirroring, baby. All things to all people. We're gonna be all things to all people going forward. I'm all for forgiveness. If Larry can't change, then I hope he realizes he has to walk away and let you go. I hope so too. Larry Reid was smiling in your face and all that time wanted to take your place. Why do you think Larry Reid chose to hang with you?
Oh, I already described, I kind of already described all that. I mean, I'm a good utility. I'm a good person. And that, and it just comes down to that. I'm loyal. I'm emotionally mature. I'm patient. I'm giving. I'm sacrificial. I mean, I'm great. I mean, why else would Bubs come back? Why else would D-Rock come back? Why else would Reckless have his tongue in my ass? Why else?
Oh. Wow.
Why else? I'm good, baby. I mean, who not gonna make space for a good person, even if they don't know how to really treat a good person, even if they don't know how to treat, even if they don't know how to take care of that. Because the world is so broken, good people are like an exotic animal. Mm-hmm. And you just can't feed it what you feed everything else. You can't just throw anything in a fucking doggy bowl and you're not gonna be at the vet tomorrow. No, baby, you got an exotic animal. It's an acquired taste. And when you have acquired a unique thing, you got to be unique about it. You can't acquire a unique thing and then go be a basic motherfucker and treat it like some basic shit. See, everything that we want in a track, it calls us forth too. Oh my God, something different just happened in my life. Oh, guess what you got to do now, bitch? Also be different. Mm-hmm. The problem with life is that people are not matching energy. And that's why there keep being a incongruency in our blessings and then how long lasting they are, the strength of them, etc. All of that entanglement is informed by how willing are we able to show it back? How willing? Because when I get different shit, I treat it like it's different shit. If I acknowledge something that's rare in my life, I treat it like it's motherfucking rare in my life. If I realize, oh, bitch, I became a 1 in a million, I treat it, bitch, like it's a 1 in a million. If it's basic, bitch, it's basic. And I treat it like it's basic. But you can't do everything one way. That's what's going to fuck your shit up. It's doing everything one way. It's doing everybody one way. That's what's going to fuck up your relationships. It's going to fuck up your situations. You can't do everything one way. Thank you, Kevin. Baby, and pray well, bitch. I pray that I don't find this baby. And pray well, bitch, okay? Because I'm going to be praying too, baby. That these types never find me. Do you ever explain why he did that or did what? You talking the Tasha K shit? I mean, he just said that he was going through a lot and he had a lot and he was in debt and he was just not his conscious, normal self. And he said that it would never happen again. And as far as I know, it never has happened again since then. He said he was just in a vulnerable place and he just had a lot going on and he was trying to hold on to Tasha K, and I guess he didn't think that I would ever know about the ultimatum, or he felt like, he had to give her a little bit of something to hold on to her, and then not telling me kept me in place and, kept access, but it came out anyway and blah, blah. So it was Larry basically trying to have this fucking cake he needed to. Have cake he needed to. And that was the first time. That was the first time in 5 years of friendship that something weird had happened. So I was willing to be very gracious about it, even though it was like very fucking extreme and weird. Yeah. Is there a tea to share? Baby, that's always tea to share. CTV, I don't think Larry deserves to be in your life. You're way too good. Well, I would say that about everybody. I don't think that there's anybody who's worthy of being in my fucking life. That's why most people are not in my life. But if I based it upon worthy, bitch, I wouldn't have nobody to sit beside me. I gotta be reasonable, unfortunately. I would love to be. I would love to. For it to be about worthiness. Worthy? No. But there are people that I love. And I just work with that love. Not work with worthiness. Because if you're trying to find worthiness, you're not going to find that. You're not going to find worthy. Worthy is when you find your exact match. And there hardly is that in the world. There's hardly an exact match. But you should match their energy, same people energy for frequency low, and should you drop that to the level when you're an ego and not, well, I don't drop my energy, I drop my behavior. So my energy stays high. My behavior stays low. So if you slap me, I'm going to slap you back, but I'm still going to slap you with a smile on my face. My energy ain't going to drop, bitch, but I am going to reciprocate energy. I mean, I am going to reciprocate behavior. So I'm reciprocating behavior, not reciprocating energy, because I don't shift my energy, even when I'm giving you a dose of your own medicine, even when I'm mirroring you to you. I'm not doing that from a place of malicious like you was doing, from a place of fuck you like you was doing. I'm doing it as a teachable moment. I'm doing it in order to encourage some reflection. I'm doing it to bring you closer into the simulations you drop other people into, and seeing if you can also stay in the rain, so that you can then hopefully come out of that. If you can't, and say, bitch, I need to stop putting motherfuckers in the simulation, because I can see now how difficult, how damaging, and how unnecessary it is, because even I can't survive under that. Even I can't operate well under that. And it's not fair for me to do that to people and put them in a simulation that even I can't thrive in. So I do believe that people should always match behavior, because that's how you also create boundaries. Unfortunately, sometimes people can be so egotistical that, bitch, they can't really get it, bitch, until you start acting like them. Until you start, bitch, reflecting that shit and slinging that shit. You start doing that selfish ass shit too, that apathetic cold ass shit, bitch. You thinking about the right, and then it encourages a man and a woman in the mirror, because maybe this is how you feel. This is how I experience you. Do you think, Conscious, that this will give you a better perspective? Sure, it already has. Everything in my life has taught me better. I've been telling you all year and all last year that like last year was like literally the best year of my life. And I'm expecting that for 2026, because I freed myself up so much. I was willing to do the work. I was willing to advocate for myself. I felt so proud of myself for being able to walk away, for being able to say goodbye to anything that wasn't serving me. These are things that I was not good at all the time. As an empath, I was so poetic about life. I was so, so, baby. This shit is growing me up. It's closing the gap between me and me. And I'm going to continue to grow and evolve and do my motherfucking work, no matter what the fuck happens. And what I appreciate the most about everything I've been through in combination is that it really taught me how to be self-sustaining. Now I don't need nothing. Mm-hmm. It's just that, though, if we're going to do it, bitch, we're going to do it well, or we ain't going to do it at all. Because I'm not a mediocre ass bitch. So we ain't got to do it at all. But whatever we're going to do it well if it's going to be done. Right. But I don't need shit. I got what I need. I live in what I need every day. So I'm happy about the resilience. I'm happy about being able to find my sacred no and my holy yes. Being able to understand what my boundaries are and being able to do what the fuck is in the best interest of me, because I come from a long line of empaths that didn't do that, and it fucked up everything that they are. They got swollen cankles, swollen goddamn ankles on several damn medications, bitch. They got 2 goddamn hearts, all type of shit got them going on, bitch, okay? I'm avoiding all of that. All of that. Conscious is trying to teach and preach through his actions. Your actions, as Dr. Juanita Bottom said, become answered prayer, period. How prepared are you to separate completely? I've been prepared. Larry the one keep coming back for me. I don't come back for Larry. That's why I had to give him his props on the live the other night. And I said, look, baby, you a better man.
Because, you know, you have definitely not had no shame about trying to hold on to your friend and coming back for your friend. And I know how egotistical men have been socialized to be. So I had to give him credit for being emotionally in touch enough to be like, yeah, like when he feel that shit, when he feel that swell up, that he actually responds to that with action, which is reaching out to me, you know? And so I've been prepared. I've been leaving consistently for 2 years now. We've been in consistent breakdown. Coming and going, coming and going, coming and going. And like he said in the live stream that I played, he's trying to stop that. He's trying to stop us from going months without talking. He's trying to put an end to that. I can go. I'm a Scorpio. I know how to go. Like, you know, that's the one thing I can say about Scorpios is that, look, we don't be wanting to go, but we will. Because we dignified people. We dignified people, bitch. And we'll want you the whole nine, but we also got enough self-respect, bitch, to always go. If the going needs to be gone. Because we're not going to let nobody play with us. But because we really do love too, bitch, we always going to be here for the makeup. We always going to be here for the resolve and for the fixing if it's possible. It takes a Scorpio a lot to finally get to a totality, but I can stay in a totality as long as Dr. Reid can leave me the fuck alone. Because I go. He be coming back for me. But to his point too, he's the one accepting responsibility for the breakdown. And he wants to prove something to himself and also prove something to me by trying to do it differently, because he acknowledges that the way he showed up has not been a correct and precise reflection of who he is and the space he holds me in. And I think for him to be in a position he's in as a wealthy man, as a famous man, to still need his friend and to be able to feel that, even amidst all the other superficiality of his life. I think that makes Larry rehabilitatable. If he can exist in his tax bracket and then the smoke and mirrors of popularity and all of that kind of shit and still have a desire for friendship and for community and to find it in himself to reach for that, I think that speaks volumes. I do. How far Larry has to go in this, I don't. But that's his part to figure out. And all he's told me is that he's willing to put in the work. So whether it's a 20-mile run or a 200-mile run, he said he's committed. So we're going to see. Amen to you being your own best friend. Absolutely. A Scorpio will cut a person off forever if pushed there. Absolutely. You sent me a Cash App, Rhonda. Is Reckless still here? I think the Reckless is. Yeah, he in the country, child. Let me see, Rhonda. I ain't been checking my stuff since I've been up here, child. Oh, y'all been supporting the Kane, child. Shout out to Star. We staying with the Kangs. Shout out for Dora. Peace and strength, my love. To my baby father, Deshaun. Here you go. You were going through it. So here. Oh, my God. Thank you, baby father. Thank you, baby mother Yvette. Thank you, baby mother FB. Thank you, baby mother Sonia. And not Blade, bitch. Thank you for sharing your heart. We see and we hear you. Thank you so much, y'all. I think this has been beautiful. Reckless. I know you're not a believer, and I know that you have very low expectations. And is there anything else you want to share? Because we definitely hear you. And not being a believer and having very low and zero expectations for the better as it relates to his and I situation. But anything else? Thank you, Rhonda, for the dance. Oh, baby, I got it. My God, today, girl. You're doing too much. You're doing too much, Rhonda. Okay. You're so extra with why you so extra, baby? You gonna hit me like that.
Amen.
Oh my God. Look, me and Larry discussed probably midway in our friendship that we had an intent to grow old together. I don't expect that to be easy. I don't expect me and Bub's relationship to be easy. I don't think that me and Bubs are done with whatever. I mean, life has to happen. And God only fucking knows how much just want to complicate shit. And I just hope that whatever comes, that we will both make a commitment to each other to fight for our friendship in whatever capacity that we can. But you know, as long as life is going to happen, we need to be prepared to be understanding, to be compassionate, to be patient if we can. Because life is not perfect, and therefore people are not going to operate perfectly within it. You know, all you get to do is to decide if some shit is worth it to you. That's all. Nobody can tell you that, baby, this ought to be enough. This should be enough. I mean, it got to be enough for you. But when it comes to the love, no man can see or really know the heart. It is what it is. But I would just hope that, baby, we operate with some kind of goddamn wisdom, because the heart needs wisdom. A heart without wisdom is a motherfucking mess.
Yeah.
So the heart does need wisdom. It can't just heart. You need wisdom. But Bubs, back to you. Anything else? Are you thinking differently? Are you feeling a little differently?
I feel based on
more
what
resistant?
I mean, the main thing that you reiterated multiple times that I've accepted is that you're going to be okay regardless.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's the one thing that I've been reminded of.
Yes.
And for Larry, like, I'm not praying for Larry's downfall or whatever. Again, I can just only go off of what has been shown and, like you said, the concern. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, you gonna do what you do, and I trust that what you're gonna do is gonna be for you anyway. So I'm just saying, like, you know, if Larry says that he loves you, this is the time to just prove it. Because there were other times where, yes, he dropped the ball, and using even our example and other people's examples to the point of, like, we're all not perfect. We're all gonna make mistakes. We're all going to fail. We're all going to fall short. But you gotta learn, though. You gotta be willing to be better, though, and not just say it, but do it. You know what I mean? So I guess, like you said, once there has been an actual upgrade in y'all's friendship as opposed to the traumatic aspect of it, then it's kind of like, okay, we're wrong. We're not beyond reproach. You did your big one. You know what I'm saying? But, I mean, like you said, I guess we won't know until we actually see it. But if you believe it and you feel like it's going to help you guys become better, go ahead and do it. I support you in what you do, because like you said, regardless, you're going to be good. And as long as I know that you're going to be good, that's all that really matters in this whole situation.
And here's my question. What's the worst that can happen? Because as long as therapy is in place, it kind of is, it creates the best of everything. It's the best of a goodbye. If goodbye is a conclusion, it's the best of a renewal. If the renewal, I mean, like, what's the worst that can happen with therapy being implemented? And I know y'all are saying, girl, but if he gonna do it, well, he already safe taking care of the payment. He already has a system that is going to allow, you know, I mean, so, I mean, I'll let y'all know if we in it. If it happens, it happens. You know, if it happens, I'll be letting y'all know.
Girl, I already know I'm gonna know.
I'm
in the inner circle, girl, so I'm gonna get the
okay, yeah, girl, but girl, I'm not gonna be able to share the intimate details of the therapy session, but I will be able to share the results.
No shade
of the therapy session.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The results of it, yes. Yeah. What's in therapy is exclusive between the parties.
Right.
Yes.
And like I said, hopefully he and I can decide, since we both have spoken about our situation, we both have shared with our community, we both have fussed with each other online and brought people in, blah blah blah. I hope that we can talk about it.
And that would be dope, like you said, to record it.
I think it'd be powerful.
Like you
I hope that we talk about it. But not even just record it, but even just like report on how we're doing that work, how we're actively focusing upon trust and rebuilding and restructuring and what that looks like. And y'all seen us in real time do the work.
Yeah.
And
talking about the way we are experiencing therapy, and you know, if it opens us up to more issues that we didn't even know that we had, or you know, whatever. I just want us to just like, I think it'd be nice, because I just don't see enough of that when it comes to Black men, and I think that Black men need more of that representation, and I think that Black men need to probably have a lot of their relationships that mean something to them in therapy, because we have been through a lot as Black men. We've been through a lot. We have a lot of cultural trauma. We have a lot of cellular trauma. We have a lot of weird socialization around shit. And I just think that you can't hurt by trying to unpack that shit. And yeah, putting an active barrier like therapy in place to really ground and balance a situation. But I just also wanted y'all to be here, because the Conscious crew, the world, they don't get to see my community, because I don't showboat my community. I don't, you know, and I just want hoes to know, bitch, I'm not alone, ho. I'm not alone, bitch. There are people who really, baby, you can't play about me. There are people who ain't gonna let you play about me, bitch. Like, you know, I'm not a big person to, you know, always bring in community and we're my friends and all of that. But I thought it was important for people to know I am not alone, baby. I got people that know who the fuck I am. They don't play about who the fuck I am. They can speak to who the fuck I am. And that I've been the same nigga to all niggas. The same nigga to all niggas. All niggas. I would take care, intercede, show up, protect, give my all to any one of these niggas. And hopefully therapy can, you know, just help me to tighten up on the niggerism that's beginning to show up in me as a fatigued ass bitch, baby. Because, baby, the empath girl, she gonna need some love, light, and attention, baby. Okay, I'm gonna need some tender. I'm gonna need some tenderness, girl. Cause, girl, it's a lot that be going on, bitch. Okay. All right, Conscious Buzz, what you over there stewing in? What you over there twirling in?
No, girl, I'm just listening. When I'm listening and stuff, I kind of just, it's one of my little isms or whatever. So I'm not stewing it up. Like I trust you. I trust you. Like you said, you're gonna do what you're gonna do and stuff like that. We just gonna see. That's all. You think I'm stewing in something?
Did I know you?
Girl, I am good. No, the only thing I'm looking at is just that. No. To be, I'll tell you what it is afterwards, but it has nothing to do with
exactly
what y'all doing.
Exactly.
Hey, but it has nothing to do with y'all. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, so what it got to do with?
Girl, I'll tell you afterwards.
Okay, y'all. All information, y'all, is in the description box, baby. So y'all hit it up. Show some love to the king. Send light and love.
Yes, y'all.
And I love y'all a long time. Peace out.